Okay, I call our agenda meeting to order. This morning, we will have an invocation by Commissioner Barbara Aycock. Pledge of Allegiance will be by Commissioner Antonio Williams. We'll then we need a motion to approve the minutes of January 6th. And then we move to our agenda. Do we have any adjustments?
Yes, sir. Add two budget amendments, number 226 and number 231, and she'll go over them in a few minutes.
Let me point out on number 226, there are two, you're going to see another budget amendment actually in our package. But there are two items here, one being a consultant and the other one being attorneys. Okay, and then,
Just a moment, sir. This is new to me. I don't
we
know.
have other
We
adjustments.
have two public hearing additions, but I've not reviewed these.
These
Well,
would be,
you all review those as I move on then. We'll
Yeah, we
come
had
back to
them,
that.
yeah, they're two public hearings. Established a public hearing. We'll let us
yeah.
read it and look at it.
Okay, y'all look through those and we'll come back to you. Special presentations, we will, have a resolution honoring the 2025 Charles B. Aycock High School soccer team. Is our soccer team going to be here?
That is my understanding.
Okay, great. And who is going to actually read this resolution?
Their coach is supposed to be here.
Oh, great,
I
great.
don't know if, I think we had at the pre-agenda discussed that Commissioner Foster do that because he was the one that wanted
Okay,
them here, but I don't know.
okay. And then I take it after he reads that, he'll make the motion. Then we'll have a presentation by Sabin Union Station Julie Metz. And then a presentation by Donna Lane on our 24-25 audit for Wayne County. I think you have a copy of that on your desk. And then we'll move to appointment committee. And let me stop here and welcome our new commissioner. Commissioner Joe DeMarco has joined us, and welcome aboard.
Well, thank you.
So our new commissioner will be making a motion for the appointments. Then we'll move to a public hearing at 9:30 to receive public comments on the sale of 31.48 acres in Park East Industrial Park, Lot 7A, as part of Project Light for $40,000 an acre. After that public hearing, we would entertain a motion to take action. On unfinished business, we have a discussion of the, excuse me, of EMS Station Number 12 by Insight Consulting Group. So is that group coming here to make a presentation? Great. And then we'll move to consent agenda. Budget amendments.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
morning.
We're gonna start with number 205.
There.
Number 205 is from the Public Health Department. The purpose of this budget amendment is to realign the health salary and fringe line items to make necessary adjustments for lapsed salaries. Number 206, this is from the library. The purpose of this budget amendment is to appropriate grant funding for LSTA Scholarship Conference. Number 207, purpose of this budget amendment from Soil and Water Conservation is to appropriate fund balance to return North Carolina State Grange grant funds that were previously awarded and spent on legal services for farmland preservation easement. The funds must be returned because the terms of the grant agreement were not met.
Excuse me, just one moment. We're gonna pause here for just a moment, give our new commissioner a little education on budget amendments, because I'm sure he's looking there saying, what in the world is all this? So can you give us just a little bit of an overview, very briefly, on budget amendments?
Specifically, this one using fund balance or in
No,
general?
in general.
Okay. In general, budget amendments, when you're changing the budget, increasing revenues, decreasing expenses, a request has to come before the board if it's over $5,000, or if it's moving between departments or increasing a revenue. In this case, fund balance is being used, and I like to look at that as basically your savings account. So we're using our savings account to return these funds because this particular grant, we had already received the grant funds. That's a very high overview.
Okay. Commissioner Joe, we'll wait for you to, if you decide to have more questions on that, to have that privately then.
Absolutely. I provided him our budget amendment ordinance that goes in greater
Okay.
detail with the list.
All right, I just wanted to make sure that we were cognizant of the fact that we can't expect our new commissioner to know how we operate.
Sure.
Question.
Yes.
Why was the grant not met?
The grant was not met because, Andrew, you may be able to help me explain this one a little better. It has to do with our farmland preservation. The
The
proper,
applicant pulled out of the program, and they no longer wanted to participate.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's a good reason if the applicant pulls out. Okay. Thanks for the question.
moving
No.
on to number 211. That budget amendments from social services. Purpose of this budget amendment is to appropriate DSS employee activity funds. These funds are received from social services employee fundraising activities. The next budget amendment is number 216. This is from the Finance Office. This budget amendment is to anticipate the revenue and expenses for EMS Station 12 from the HUD grant. This project is being moved from the general fund to a capital project fund for accounting purposes. And also attached to this budget amendment, you will see, if you'll go to the next page for me, Kayla. This is our capital project ordinance. This is just establishing the grant as a capital project, and it will be tracked as a multi-year fund as opposed to a general fund, which is annual. The next budget amendment is number 218. This budget amendment is from Finance. This budget amendment is needed to realign payroll line items through the end of the year to cover retirement payments. This is to add the COLA to the retirement line that was left out in error during the budgeting process. No change in our overall budget, we're just moving it to cover that line item. The next budget amendment is number 224 from Solid Waste. This is a request to move money to our hospitalization contribution and savings account line items to cover through June of '26. This is due to regular part-time employees being eligible for hospitalization benefits. Number 225 is from the Maxwell Center. Purpose of this budget amendment is to reallocate funds from repairs and maintenance buildings and capital outlay to repairs and maintenance equipment to renew a 3-year maintenance firewall contract.
Mr. Chair? I
Yes.
just have a question for Giorgio. Giorgio, can you, I understand a little bit about firewalls, but this is something that we definitely have to have at this point for the Maxwell Center?
This is protect
We're gonna ask you to step to the microphone for this.
Sure. This device is like a web security device, blocks malicious domains, it looks for malware. Have that already as a Barracuda device. But this device here will cost us less over 3 years and do more. We have to replace the aging firewall that's over there. By doing this, we can knock it all out and for less money over 3 years.
Great, thank you, I
Anything,
appreciate
any
that.
other questions?
Well, I think the difference, let me clarify here, the difference is we actually budgeted for a 3-year period of time on the contract, is that correct?
No, currently we're a single year renewal.
Currently, we're single year,
Yes.
but we're switching over to a 3-year.
Sure, for it
But
to
we're
save-
actually paying for the 3-year
We're gonna pay
upfront?
for the 3-year upfront,
Okay.
save those funds.
Yeah, but is a $55,000 savings for a firewall?
Firewall and web security appliance. It's normally $33,000 a year for Barracuda. This device, if we pay for 3 years, we'll bump it down and we have a total savings.
And I don't want to beat this drum too much,
Sure.
but this is just an example of where I have gotten a lot of concerns in regards to our property tax rate. And I don't think people understand that we have these costs in operating government.
Exactly.
That certainly would, that wouldn't be the thing that I would think about, that a 55, or I'm sorry, a $34,000
Sure.
cost just for a firewall at the Maxwell Center. Now,
Firewall security.
we have to have that security and firewall and so forth for all of Wayne County, because Wayne County operates basically with IT. If we didn't have IT, we couldn't operate. I mean, we literally couldn't. So with that in mind, people just don't recognize the cost of operation.
I'd like to also say that if we didn't have these security appliances and we did get malware or cyber event, it would cost us a lot more money.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Okay, we beat that drum too, but at any rate, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, that, your last budget amendment?
The last two budget amendments are the two walk-ons that I
Okay.
have laid at your seat this morning. We'll start with 226. 226, this budget amendment is to appropriate fund balance for outside professional services required by our legal department.
Okay,
And the last one, which is number 231. So I'll just read that memo. To approve the budget amendment transferring funds from the school sales tax reserve fund for the purchase of land for the new Brogdon Elementary School and to adopt a related capital project ordinance. On October 21st, 2025, the Wayne County Board of Commissioners unanimously approved the request from the Wayne County Board of Education as presented by Superintendent Dr. Mark Whichard. This grant is purchasing 56 acres of land adjoining the Brogdon Elementary School. Attached also is the capital project ordinance establishing the capital project fund to account for revenues and expenditures associated with the Brogdon Elementary School land purchase.
okay, any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to the next item on our consent agenda. A motion to establish a public hearing on Tuesday, February 3rd in the Commissioners' Meeting Room in Wayne County Courthouse, Annex 224 East Walnut Street, Goldsboro, North Carolina, to receive public comments regarding a proposed installment finance agreement or a similar financing arrangement to finance improvements to Rosewood Middle School and Rosewood Elementary School for the County of Wayne, North Carolina.
Yes, sir. This is for your, for Rosewood Middle School and Rosewood Elementary School. The middle school is currently being renovated and that project is ongoing. As part of that project, the school board and then the commissioners identified a Rosewood Elementary School expansion that would help with the feeder pattern between the two schools. So, we have approximately, I have to look at it real quick. We do have some state grants, totaling roughly about $27 million. So there is a shortfall and it was decided that we'd go out for borrowing for that money. So it's not to exceed $9 million. We currently are in the process of submitting an application to the LGC. Davenport, our financial advisor, has also gone out with the RFP for banks to solicit offers for this. So the first step for us to move forward with the approval for the LGC is to establish this public hearing. So that would be on the 3rd, and on that day, Davenport will be here as well to review the proposals for y'all to select a lender for the project. So all we're doing right now is just setting the public hearing.
So on February the 3rd, Davenport will be here to give us an explanation of how that financing arrangement will.
Yes, sir. We
evolve.
actually have a call with them today at 2 o'clock because the proposals were due last week. So they're going to do an initial review with us, and then they'll be here on the 3rd to go over that.
Okay, any questions? Okay, our next item is a motion to approve Resolution 26-2, a resolution in support of an NC Commerce Industrial Development Fund utility account application to assist with water infrastructure for Team Foods USA.
And this is the Alianza project that you all are going to visit the facility today. As part of that project, a rail spur is being built across Lot 7 in Park East. Accompanying that work, there are 2 water lines, one with Wayne Water that had to be relocated, and then there's a City of Goldsboro line that has to be relocated. We have applied through Commerce for an IDF grant for $372,000, and that's going to help cover a lot of those costs for relocating and encasing those lines. But in order for us to process that application, we just need a resolution today. So we can send that to Commerce.
That won't cover the whole cost, will it?
No, sir, it won't.
How much more you expect it to be?
About $200,000 is what we're looking at, and we're gonna be in, Mark is in talks with the city right now about funding the rest of that.
That's the city's line, basically.
Yes, sir.
And the shortfall was due to the movement of the city line, is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
It had to be relocated and then encased because the railroad is going right over it.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, our next item is a motion to approve a memorandum of understanding with North Carolina Railroad relating to the relocation of a water utility line at Park East Industrial Park.
And this goes along with the grant. So North Carolina Railroad designed the City of Goldsboro water line relocation and encasement. So they're overseeing the contract with Moffett Pipe. And so what they're gonna do, because we are getting this grant, all the invoices are gonna be sent to us. We will pay them, and then we'll seek reimbursement from the state through the grant. So this memorandum of understanding just allows North Carolina Railroad to send all those invoices to us, and then it explains how that process will work, that payout process.
I think there was some definitely concern in that the railroad handled all of the bids. And actually, there was only one bidder for the Goldsboro line, is that correct?
They actually went out twice for bids, and yes, there was only one bidder.
That's very unfortunate, because that definitely exceeded what the estimate was.
Qualified contractors, I'm sure that they was bid to though.
Well, agreed. I mean, you've got to be qualified to actually bid to the railroad specs versus to our specs, right?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I reviewed these 2 requests for public hearings. They would be item number 13 and 14 under your consent. You would add those. Says notice is hereby given that the Wayne County Board of Commissioners will hold a public hearing February 17th at 9:30 a.m. in the Commissioners' Meeting Room, Wayne County Courthouse Annex. The purpose of the public hearing is to receive public comments regarding an economic incentive agreement with Goshen Engineering. The Board of Commissioners will consider a $45,000 incentive grant payable over 3 years in exchange for the company's commitment to invest $3,912,601 in capital improvements and create 25 jobs in Wayne County. All interested parties are invited to attend this public hearing. Written comments may be made in advance. And then number 14.
and what was the date of that public hearing?
It was the, February the 17th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m.
Okay,
And number 14th is, the same thing at the same time, in the courthouse. The purpose of the public hearing is to receive public comments regarding an economic incentive grant agreement with Scout Limited Incorporated. The Board of Commissioners will consider an $8,450 incentive grant payable over 3 years in exchange for the company's commitment to invest $455,000 in capital improvements and create 13 jobs in Wayne County. And that will be on February 17th at 9:30 a.m. as well.
Okay, any questions on those two items? And we're just adding those to our consent agenda on items 13 and 14.
Mr. Chair, I got a
Yes.
question.
Okay.
Can we go back to number 11?
Yes,
What is the actual total cost of relocating the Goldsboro line?
It's 417,000, I believe. I can get you, it's around there. I can,
So we're covering, our grant is covering half of it.
half of it,
Or a
because
little
half
more.
of it had to go to the Wayne Water to
Right.
relocate their line.
So we're covering a little bit over half then. So the county's covering a little bit over half of relocating Goldsboro's line, correct? Okay. That's close enough, just round
It's
figures.
I think it's 417.
That sounds right. No, it was over 400. That's fine. You gotta look it up. That's fine.
however, we are seeking the obligation of that from the city,
Correct.
and they're having discussions with them.
But our grant has paid for over half of it.
Correct,
Yeah,
correct.
just want that clear.
Okay, any other comments or questions?
Thanks, sir.
All right, then would go to a county manager's report. After that, the Board of Commissioners committee reports. We are going to have a work session after we conclude our business. We will have a closed session.
No, sir, we don't need. We don't
No
need-
closed session today, great. We will recess the Board of Commissioners meeting, and at 2:00, we will meet with Alianza team and North Carolina Railroad representatives on the site at Park East. We are going to tour their facilities, and this is just an amazing feat. This company is out of Columbia, and in less than a year, they acquired the property, cleared the property, and built the entire plant in less than 1 year. I mean, just an amazing feat. Colombians do not mess around. So they are in operation.
One neat thing about the company is when they cleared the property, they cut the wood up into firewood and donated it to Western North Carolina.
And paid to ship it.
And
That's right,
shipped it.
shipped it up there.
It's pretty,
That was just
Pretty neat.
amazing. So, sounds like we've got a good corporate citizen here. So at any rate, we'll tour that and then we'll adjourn from the site. Any other questions on our agenda?
Commissioner Gurley, that contract was 415,000.
Thank you.
A little less than 417. Okay, any commissioner got any questions and so forth? So before we go into recess until 9:00. Okay, we're in recess until 9:00. We're calling our January the 20th Board of Commissioners meeting to order. Commissioners are reminded of their duty to avoid conflict of interest consistent with state law and Wayne County policies. Any commissioner who has an actual or potential conflict of interest with respect to any matter on the agenda should disclose that prior to the meeting. Hearing no comments there from commissioners, we'll move on. Please silence all cell phones. Our invocation today would be Commissioner Barbara Aycock.
Okay, please bow your head, please. Dear Lord, guide us today in all we do and say. Let our hearts be clear and open for your guidance. Thank you, Lord, for the young men who are attending today and at our meeting. We pray for our EMS, Sheriff, Fire Department, and our staff, and our fellow military family. We are grateful for you, your love, and mercy. Amen.
Commissioner Antonio Williams will lead us in a pledge of allegiance with the flag in the rear.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the January 6 minutes.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion. And I better get online here. And that's a yes for me, please.
I think
No, I
He did,
showed
he
him.
voted.
Yeah, he voted.
Yeah, just the chairman failed to vote. Okay, discussion and adjustment of any agenda items.
Yes, sir. We have a couple of adjustments. Add 2 budget amendments. Number 226 budget amendment for $7,500. And then budget 231 was $1,014,300. That's budget amendment 231. We add those under consent, under budget amendments. We also have a couple of establishment of public hearings. As a new number 13, notice is hereby given that the Wayne County Board of Commissioners will hold a public hearing on February the 17th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. in the Commissioners' Meeting Room in the Wayne County Courthouse Annex 224 East Walnut Street, Goldsboro, North Carolina. The purpose of the public hearing is to receive public comments regarding an economic incentive agreement with Goshen Engineering. The Board of Commissioners will consider a $45,000 incentive grant payable over 3 years in exchange for the company's commitment to invest $3,912,601 in capital improvements and create 25 jobs in Wayne County. All interested parties are invited to attend the public hearing to be heard. Written comments may be made in advance to the clerk of the board at Carol Bowden at P.O. Box 227, Goldsboro, North Carolina, 27533. Again, that is February 17th, 2026 at 9:30. Add a number 14th, a notice of establishing a public hearing for the Wayne County Board of Commissioners, February 17th, 2026, also at 9:30 a.m. in the Commissioners' Meeting Room in the Wayne County Courthouse Annex, 224 East Walnut Street. Purpose of the public hearing is to receive public comments regarding an economic incentive agreement with Scout Limited Incorporated. The Board of Commissioners will consider an $8,450 incentive grant payable over 3 years in exchange for the company's commitment to invest $455,000 in capital improvements and create 13 jobs in Wayne County. All interested parties are invited to attend this public hearing and be heard. Written comments may be made in advance to the following: Carol Bowden, Clerk to the Board, P.O. Box 227, Goldsboro, NC 27533. This is the 30th day of January 2026. So add those two under consent to establish those public hearings, please, sir. That's all.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the adjusted agenda as stated.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none, we'll vote, please. Okay. We are now going to move to special presentations. First item is a motion to adopt resolution honoring the 2025 Charles B. Aycock High School soccer team. And Commissioner Foster to the microphone.
This resolution is to recognize these outstanding young men standing behind me. Resolution 2026-1. Resolution recognizing 2025 Charles B. Aycock High School soccer team. Whereas the Charles B. Aycock High School soccer team has been crowned conference champion for the past 4 years. And whereas the Charles B. Aycock High School soccer team has had an undefeated regular season in 2025 with a 12-0 conference record and a 23-0 regular season record. And whereas the Charles B. Aycock High School soccer team's only loss was in the Eastern Regionals against Western Alamance, who went on to become the state champions. And whereas over the past 4 years, the Charles B. Aycock High School soccer team has an overall record of 80 wins, 14 losses, 3 ties, with an overall conference record of 50 wins, 3 losses, and 1 tie. And whereas the Charles B. Aycock soccer team demonstrates the very nature of hard work, teamwork, dedication, and outstanding leadership amongst coaching staff and the students who make up the championship team. Now therefore be it resolved, the Wayne County Board of Commissioners recognizes the extraordinary athletics accomplishments of the Charles B. Aycock High School soccer team and shares its pride and support for the students and coaching staff, adopted this day, the 20th of January, 2026.
Is that in the form of a motion?
That is in the form of a motion.
Is in the form of a motion, okay. Let's pass that.
Anybody want to say anything?
It did not pop up, so if you'll vote by hand, please. Raise your hand if you, oh, it did, okay. Thank you.
Anybody want to say anything? Mr. Chairman?
Do what now?
Anybody want to say anything, Mr. Chairman?
Would the coach like to say a few words? We'll put you on the spot. Come up here and have a few words. I mean, this is a major achievement, so undoubtedly, we'd like to hear how in the world you became so successful.
We appreciate you guys honoring this team and having us here this morning. These boys put in a lot of work, especially as seniors, over the last 4 years. But this year was really special. We started this journey on June 14th and ended it middle of November. And to be 23-0 and lose that final Eastern Conference game before going to the state finals, even though you look at it as a loss, these boys put in a lot of hard work and dedication. And we became one family, and they were all brothers on the field, and they supported each other. It just shows from administration at CB Aycock down to the student athletes and the coaching staff that it was a fun ride. It was really a fun ride, and we appreciate all the support that was given to us this year, and extremely proud of these boys. And I wish nothing but the best for them, and especially the seniors as they go on to college. So appreciate the time.
Great.
Thank you.
Again, thank you so much for being here.
Hey, y'all remember, Cunningham said y'all had off the rest of the day. Proud to be a Falcon.
All right. So you all may be excused or you may stay, whatever you decide to do.
Chairman Country, is there a way that we can get a picture with them up there?
Absolutely. Please come up here. Let's get a picture. I apologize.
Hey, let's do this like an actual photo, so people in the front.
All right, we ready?
Hey, somebody take the picture so Horton can get up here too. Horton, you gotta get up here.
I'm fine.
Carol, David get it. Come on
David
up
get
here.
it.
I'm sorry, he said.
He's the picture man. Slide down. All right, you ready? Here we go.
I'm a pro, I'm gonna take a couple of these.
How about Joe?
Oh, Joe, we got one, you'll take it too also. Yes. Joe got us, okay.
All right, good,
thank
good,
you.
good. So thanks so much for coming, guys. Great job.
Great job, thank you.
Oh.
Thank you, thank you.
Hey,
Appreciate it, thank you.
cut a ham. Cut a ham. Cut a ham. Yeah, come here, just come here.
Thank you, guys.
I'll be that young again. Have that energy.
Commissioner Foster,
Yes,
thanks for the record.
yes, sir.
That was a great idea.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're moving on now to special presentations, Saving Union Station Team. Julie Metz. And your team, if you're inviting them up.
Well, I don't know, they're more than welcome to join me if they want. I will introduce them for sure. Thank you for allowing us a few minutes on your agenda today. I just happened to be in North Carolina for a job, so it worked out great. I thought I'd just take the opportunity to give you a quick update. Since we were just here in October, it'll be very brief. But I do want to introduce our team. For those of you that may not know, the Saving Union Station team started in late 2023. The original members were myself, Doug McGrath, Mark Metzler, who could not be here today, and somewhere along the way, we picked up this great asset, John Peacock, who joined the team in the last year. And of course, we've had the great assistance of Aaron Fonseca and the DGDC throughout this mission. I also want to acknowledge the Worrells, and also Mr. David Perry, because when we started this idea and this path, crazy idea, we went to them with it, really just to see if they would have our back. And they said absolutely, with great confidence they did. And it was because of that that we had the extra confidence we needed to move forward. So I wanted to acknowledge them as part of this process, because they have been very valuable to us from the beginning and to hopefully the end. Just as a reminder, I'm not going to go over great detail in this, but maybe more so for you, Commissioner DeMacco. We had a visit from the Rail Division back in fall of 2023, and they were alarmed by the condition of the station. They contacted us, the SUS team that is now, went down to the station and were alarmed as well. A lot of parts of the infrastructure of the main parts of the building were failing, and we were afraid that we wouldn't have a Union Station in the future. We had been so focused on the bigger picture, the who, what, when, where for a long time, and we lost focus of the immediate needs, and time was not working in our favor. So we got together, we created this plan just to stay focused on the stabilization. We started talking to NCDOT, came up with a budget of about $1.5 million. And we hatched this plan. It seemed crazy at the time, but we went to the city first in 2023 and asked them if they would give $375,000 to the $1.5 million budget. We'd come to the county and request the same from you. Both of you agreed unanimously and gave us the support and the start that we needed. We committed the SUS team to raising or securing the additional $750,000. We've been working for 2 years now to do that very passionately. And that passion comes from years of working towards this project. Johnny and I have been working on this since 1999 with some of our best champions in the community, such as Al King and Chuck Allen and David Quick and Sandy Corshin and Jimmy Edmondson, and also losing Charlie Gaylor, who was probably the most passionate person about that project. He actually served as the Railroad Task Force leader for I don't know, 8 years, from 99 through on until we got the lobbying activity to redo the passenger rail study through Raleigh to Wilmington, connecting through Goldsboro. So that passion comes from that, but it also comes from the fact that, you know, Goldsboro's origins are based on the railroad. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that. Union Station served an essential part to that. A lot of people here have a lot of memories that is embodied in that building. David Wheel remembers going down to the station with his father to see FDR be transported to DC upon his death. We have had Babe Ruth come to Goldsboro through the train and Union Station to later go on a hunting trip. So there's a lot of memories embodied in that building in this project. And I just wanted to share just this quick video of Johnny making the plea to the community to help raise the funds needed to secure our $750,000. And I think this is a really good indication of the passion that has been behind this project.
My name is John Peacock, and I want to tell you a little bit about Union Station. People came from around the region to get on the train here. For us, it became the equivalent of an O'Hara Airport or a JFK or a RDU. This is where travel began. This is where travel ended. But what's the significance of this? We want the citizens of Goldsboro, Wayne County, and surrounding area to be part of this program because that gives them ownership. And we're seeing that already. We've had people that have donated $10, $25, $1,000, whatever someone's comfortable with. The route's already been chosen for passenger service from Raleigh to Wilmington that will come through Goldsboro. That's already in print. That's going to happen. They're not building them like this anymore. For anyone that has questions about donating, go to the Downtown Goldsboro website. 100% of the money that you give will go toward the stabilization of this building, and it's all 100% tax deductible. Not only is it part of our past, but it's part of our future too. But it's also a privilege to be part of this community and be part of this effort to make things happen.
So as I mentioned, we were here in October to give you an update as to where we were with our fundraising. Whoops. And we had close to $90,000 remaining. Our budget was $1.5 million. The city put in $375,000. They decided to forgo waiting for us to raise our $750,000. They activated their $375,000 in the fall. Through that, we secured TA Loving to be the lead in a design builder project. They are actively working on it. They're working through the design now for phase 1 of a larger stabilization project. The county committed $375,000, opted to wait until we raise our $750,000. And so we reached a really good goal in later of 2024 and 2025, early 2025, by applying for a grant through the Rural Economic Development Division of the Department of Commerce. We received a grant of $612,500 that we prepared pro bono. The DHDC matched it. There was a required 5% match to that grant of $37,500. So we were made a big leap in our commitment at that time, but we had about a little over $100,000 left to secure through private donations. And I'm happy to say today marks another important day in the history of Union Station. We can confidently tell you we raised a little over $750,000 as of about a week ago. Actually, as of last night, we actually went over our budget. So we have raised the money. We had donations that range from $20,000 to $20,000. We had donations from 126 different people, 4 different states represented, 25 different cities. And most of that was raised in Charlie Gaylor's name. Just a little under $90,000 was in his name. And so we were able to go to the Gaylor family last night and let them know that we have secured the funds. And now we'll be able to reach out to TA Loving and couple all those other funds that we have been holding off, because we didn't want to have multiple phases. We wanted to wait until we secured all the funds remaining to reach out to them so they could change the scope to do a complete stabilization for the full scope. So we're excited to share this news with you today, and we'll be going to the city this evening.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Any questions?
Oh, yes. Hindsight's 20/20, but at any rate, I have received some concerns in regards to the grant. And basically, here is the concern, and that is, Joe, the commissioners agreed to a commitment of $375, but it was based upon private donations of $750. And the $612,000 was not private donations. So they were saying, are you in fact going to honor the commitment based upon the grant? Help me with that, because it's a question as such. So if you could help me a little bit on that.
Well, I would just say we didn't necessarily say that we would secure every dollar through private donations. We just said we committed to raising $750,000. So we were committed to securing those funds, which we did. And we did the work pro bono, and it was the volunteers that wrote the grant, and it was the DGDC that put up the match. So I don't know.
But you can see that evidently there was a misconception out there, and I agree. I don't necessarily know whether or not it was specifically stated that it would come from, but it was understood by some people evidently. So, you know how it is in the public, people hear different things, and I just wanted to bring that up, that there is a concern. You have exceeded the $750,000 is what you're telling us today. So I would ask for clarification from the board as such, that we determine that they have met their $750,000 match, and whether or not we will accept it that they have for us to go ahead and release the $375,000 based upon that, based upon the grant. So there's clarity here all the way around. And if y'all don't mind, I would ask that we consider that.
I would say that, I had heard the same scenario pertaining to the raising of funds, but however, the funds were raised. So I think that we should, do our due diligence in regard to moving forward with the $375,000. Because I like to see some progress happen, I know the board sent me to Washington, and I advocated with our legislators, and I'd love to see, some progress in regard to this facility.
Is that in the form of a motion?
It is in the form of a motion, yes. Thank you.
Okay, we do have a motion. Let's discuss it. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Well, being the commissioner that was not on the board when this commitment was made, before I vote, I would like to read any board minutes to understand what the commission board's motion was at that time.
Can we pull that up? And I'm not trying to create a controversy. I'm trying to eliminate a controversy to make sure that we're all on the right page here.
Yeah, I would just like clarity on.
Oh, I think that's a great idea.
What the board committed to before I was on the board.
Yes. Would you add that?
Yes, with appropriate budget amendment. Thank you.
I'm getting there. Had to find the exact
Well,
date.
that's a big search. That's a big ask to go back and find minutes that occurred.
It's fine.
Do what?
That's fine, she got it.
This is so important, we're going to take the time to do this, okay? You don't remember the date of that meeting, do you?
The meeting for the city was in October, and I think we met with you in November, and then you approved it. You didn't approve at the meeting that we presented to you, did?
October 21st evidently, because
At the next meeting. We weren't here for the meeting that I think you actually took action.
there we go.
I think it's December 5th, 23.
You got 52.
Evidently, that's not pulling it up. Click on minutes again. There you go. There must be some strong minutes.
Size of the file,
Do what now?
size of the file probably, slow downloading. It's
Oh, it
getting
is. I see. It is opening it up.
There it is.
All right, here we go. If you'll read that motion there.
County Manager Chip Crumpler read the motion, and Commissioner Bevan Foster asked for specifics regarding the number of projects submitted by the state for federal funding. Mr. Foster stated though Julie Metz stated there were 2 North Carolina projects submitted, he learned there were 12. Chairman Chris Gurley stated he had a conversation with a rail representative who said the 2 North Carolina projects of Asheboro to Raleigh and Wilmington to Raleigh were favored, but no decision had been made. Mr. Foster stated he wanted correct information before making a decision and asked for more clarity. Chairman Gurley said it had been discussed during the 8 a.m. agenda briefing, and it was the consensus of the board to provide the $375,000 with contingencies. Commissioner Antonio Williams stated the project would change the blight in the neighborhood, but Mr. Foster said the $1.5 million would not do any of that, but rather it would take, where to go?
Right there,
Good grief. Here?
Yes, right.
Nope.
Hold on, let me see.
Right there,
It was
you
the
just on
December
it.
5th one.
December 5th.
Go back up. There we go.
There we go.
Sorry.
It's fine.
I was just trying to make it, this mouse is crazy, y'all saw me.
But rather,
Commissioner Antonio Williams stated the project would change the blight in the neighborhood, but Mr. Foster said the $1.5 million would not do any of that, but rather it would take another $10 million to revitalize the building, and he said the board was promising $375,000 blindly. Chairman Gurley expressed his concerns on the amount of cost of the eventual repairs, as the $1.5 million was only to stabilize the building. Mr. Foster again discussed discrepancies between what the board was told by Julie Metz and what was factual. The board discussed the pros and cons at length. Upon motion of Commissioner Antonio Williams, the Board of Commissioners unanimously approved the motion to appropriate $375,000 towards the Goldsboro Union Station stabilization project, contingent on Save Union Station Group raising $750,000 and the City of Goldsboro contributing $375,000 for the project, and based upon the future use of the property being retail, commercial, and for use as a train depot only, and the appropriate budget amendment.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Chairman,
All right, yes. Mr. Foster.
from the reading of it, I mean, you said it's raised. I guess, I mean, to me, grant or raised, private, what's the difference? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's still the same amount of money and it's still raised.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't see a problem with it, or I don't see how the public or anybody would have a problem with it also.
All right, any more discussion?
I agree. I think they've put in the work to get the money and everything. They've done their part, you know. It doesn't say personal contributions. It says raising the money.
Well, I think it was good that we got it all clarified. All right, so if everyone would please vote. And why isn't mine showing up? There it is. And we're waiting on the results of the vote. There it is. Look at there, unanimously. So we got it all taken care of. Thank you for allowing us the time to get clarification on that. I think the public would appreciate that as well.
And I actually took the wind out of my sails just a little bit.
I'm sorry.
If I was careful, I would be in less than 5 minutes.
All right, well, wait a minute. Let me congratulate you on, this is a big milestone.
It's a huge
So let me congratulate you on all your efforts of getting this funding. Now we are looking forward to seeing some improvements there and stabilization.
And the next step, we're going to be conveying the same to the city this evening, and letting them know that the Union Station team, the Saving Union Stations team, is still going to stay involved. And in fact, I am on the design builder team that meets once a month to review the progress that the team is making. We're going to be working with them to fold in all the funds so we can progress this faster and do the whole scope. So we're excited about that. And we also are hoping that the city will initiate a solicitation of interest for the property to see if there's any private sector people that are interested in investing in it, or what other opportunities. I mean, I was talking to the mayor last night and said, you know, we just can't anticipate that people know that the building might be available for a new use and for a new investment, and we need to do that. And so that's the next step.
Any other comments of commissioners?
Yes, I would like to congratulate the Worrells back there. Congratulations, Adrian and Selena. Thank y'all for coming today.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned them, because when I said that they were with us from the very beginning and said they'd have our back, they definitely did, and they also helped us bring it home at the end. So, so did Mr. David Perry. So thanks to the Worrells and Mr. Perry.
Any other comments?
Yeah, thank you for everything that you've done.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Now, let me say this. We didn't mean to take the wind out of your sails. We want to put wind in your sails
Well, I appreciate
and
that.
keep on. Great job. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations, y'all.
Okay, moving on. Presentation by Dana. Dana Lane. I was told it's not Dana, it's Dana. Of the 24-25 audit for Wayne County. Thank you.
Well, I'm happy to say the room's cleared out, so. That's my job these
Cleared
days,
out.
so. Thank you. My name's Dana Lane. I am a partner with the firm of Nunn, Brashear & Azell in Goldsboro, North Carolina, and I led the audit team this year, completing your June 30th, 2025 financial statement audit. Going to kind of go through the financial statements, and as always, you know, I know Mr. DeMacco's new and the other ones. I am always available for questions, one-on-ones, because governmental financial statements are not like the business world financial statements. And I actually did a presentation to the town of Lucama a couple weeks ago, going through the statements to explain how they all flow together. And I think Mr. Gurley attended one a couple years ago that I did with the finance staff here, just to get a good understanding of how these statements work.
Still don't
Okay.
understand it, but anyway.
Huh?
I still don't understand.
You still don't understand, but at least you've got a little bit.
Exactly.
So, anyways, so my goal, of course, I work for the board, I don't work for management. So I answer to you, and this presentation is for the board, and I issue several letters, which we'll go through in a minute. The first one here is, the goal of the audit is that unmodified opinion on the financial statements. That's the highest level of assurance that I can give you that the statements are fairly stated and are a fair representation of Wayne County as of June 30th, 2025. Our responsibilities include that opinion. We use audit evidence. We can go online, we can download confirmations, we mail out confirmations to other entities to confirm the revenue line items. We pull invoices, we use bank statements, and we do a lot of work. We spend 4 weeks up here, not counting the work for single audit testing at like social services or public health. And the finance office for single audit testing, which is where I test specific programs for federal and state funding levels. So it's a big job for us, and the staff here was great to work with and very helpful in getting us moving. And we did meet the deadline. No amended contract was needed with the state of North Carolina. So I always tell a board that if you're going to read nothing else in that 275-page financial statement, there's a section called the Management Discussion and Analysis. It is the only section that you're going to find comparative figures. You find budgetary highlights. It explains how the statements flow together to present the full governmental picture of financial statements, and gives you some highlights like how much did fund balance increase, what was the reason it increased, how much did debt decrease or increase and why, and things like that. Tells you major purchases during the year and different information that gives you a really good overview of the financial statements. So I'm going to go to Exhibit 3 first. And sometimes people want to know why I skip Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2. Exhibit 1 and 2 are the financial statements that are like in the for-profit world, and they are full accrual. However, you don't operate on full accrual. You operate as presented in Exhibit 3 and 4. You adopt a budget. That budget is for the near term in the next year. And so Exhibits 3 and Exhibit 4 are statements that represent what you are adopting and what you are making your decisions on. As you'll see, you ended the year with over, in the general fund only, $96,000 in total assets. Of course, the bulk of that being in cash, and then, of course, some receivables.
96 million, not thousand, right?
Yeah, 96 million, sorry.
You're about to get us in trouble.
No, 96 million, you got plenty of money.
About to give us a heart
We're good.
attack.
And then, of course, some accounts payable and short-term liabilities, things that are due within the next year, totaled about $3.4 million. There's a deferred inflow of resources. The bulk of that is taxes, because of the way taxes are levied and the collections, there's a timing issue. And so therefore, we report what's called a deferred inflow of resources, pretty much a liability. And then you see your fund balances. You ended the year with a $91 million fund balance, of which $37 million is unassigned. So sometimes the board will say, what can I spend? Well, we won't want you to spend the whole $37 million, but you do have a good buffer. All the others are restricted for different purposes, required by state. QSCAD loan, which I think was paid off in the fall, public schools and stuff, those are restrictions set aside. Committed is what the board committed aside for other things, and then assigned means there's some expenditures that will be spent subsequent to year end from like the budget and things like that. So next I jump to Exhibit 5. Exhibit 4, the general fund column is identical. However, this gives you the best presentation of compared to budget. That the general fund, and you could see that you came just shy of your budget for revenues of about $330,000, the largest part being a grant, and it was probably just timing of a grant funding that did not come in as expected. I will state that budgetary statements are changing. Can't tell whether it's June 30th, 26 or 27 yet. However, you will have to amend budgets for significant items of revenue now. In the past, revenue didn't matter. Your budgeting was just don't exceed expenditures. Now you're going to have to consider revenue, or we're going to have to put a financial note disclosure that says this grant didn't come in. It just makes more work, so I would amend it. Therefore, you don't have to describe all the little details of your budget that will be required in the future. You'll see on expenses that you came in below expenses of about $150 million compared to a budget of $170 million. Human services, education, public safety, those look like the largest areas that you came under budget. So the revenues over expenditures was about $8.5 million in the general fund.
Can I go back to that one?
Sure.
I want to point out something. Do note that the budget that was created budgeted revenues. And I just did a quick math on the local option sales tax. Now, do understand, we look to our finance office to actually advise us of how to arrive at a budget. So we have to forecast revenues that may come in the next year. Our budget office recommended to have a final budget of $32,595,436 for local option sales taxes. Look at the number that finally came in, $33,476, a difference of only $880,000. That's 2%. Our finance office came within 2% of a projected budget of future dollars coming in on sales tax. Great job. Great job.
Yes.
I'm just pointing out just one of those. Because it's difficult for a finance office to recommend revenues that they don't know how the economy will change over the next year. So they're doing a fantastic job of budgeting ahead. Just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Okay, and the bottom part just shows a little bit of where you transferred money from something or into something, most of that being, there is a schedule in the financial statements that will tie down those figures for you, but you transfer money out to send it to capital projects and things, other departments, and a variety of items. And so revenues ended up 1.6 million over expenditures for the year. There is a restatement. There was a new GASB 101, compensated absences, that said in the past we would book vacation time on the financial statements. Now you have to estimate what amount of sick leave will be used within the next year by your employees, and that has now become an accrual. And so the beginning balance restatement was $587,000 for the general fund, plus some for the other funds that I'm just not showing on this statement. I think it was close to 2 million, somewhere around 2 million, I think, was the total restatement to, across all funds, to add that sick time accrual.
Who come up with that what if?
The GASB. I know, it's tough. Every year something different. Like I said, the budgeting, actually Exhibit 5, I think, is gonna go behind the note disclosures. As far as that budget comparison, it's gonna go behind the note disclosure and no longer be a statement before the disclosures. They change things every year. It
But
makes-
what is the reason for, I mean, that just don't even make sense.
Well, the state of North Carolina did try to write a letter to the GASB trying to argue against it, because in the state of North Carolina, your sick leave that you've earned counts towards earlier retirement for the employees in the Elgers retirement system. And most of my units, it's not a material figure. You are just much larger, so therefore it is material. Small towns, we are not even. We're passing on that GASB because they don't have but 2 employees and the amounts, $2,000, $3,000.
Made a job for somebody else then.
Yes,
Go ahead.
you said it. It just makes, it gets harder and harder every year. And more CPA firms are not doing governmental audits because of the difficulties in constant changes from the GASB. So
What did you just say? More and more.
CPA firms are dropping. I know
Oh,
of about
CPA.
7 that were east of 95 that are no longer auditing governmental entities.
Very complicated.
We don't have to. I mean, the need for accountants are out there for audits in the for-profit world and the nonprofit world. I get phone calls every week for a town wanting us to take it on, and we just don't have the staff. And so we're kind of at our max with, we went from 3 governmental audits to 21 over a space of 3 years. So we're at our max. So anyways,
But we're your number one, right?
You're our number one, yes.
Good answer.
You're at the top of my list, don't worry. It's my most work too. I always like a picture look at this, these revenues, as you can see, what pieces of pie, support the governmental activities. And if you look at the bottom right corner, I leave the prior year, and you'll see it's pretty much the same and consistent year to year, with ad valorem taxes being the largest piece at 48%, and then some of that restricted intergovernmental, 12%, that local option sales tax that you mentioned are about 21% of the operations for the general fund. And then here's it by expenses, kind of like the pie also still looks pretty much the same year to year, with public safety, human services, and education being the largest pieces of the pie where the money has been spent out of the general fund. Okay.
What is public safety? What does all of it entail? I mean,
jail, EMS, sheriff's deputies.
911?
911.
911, and all those, yeah.
Because it's a large
Animal
amount.
control, I think, is under there
Yeah.
too. It's a pretty large
I
piece.
just want to clarify, to the public, what the public safety, what it costs is the county.
Right.
Because it is a big part of it, of our budget.
It is. So now we move on to what's called the proprietary funds. You'll hear the words proprietary, you'll hear enterprise, you'll hear business type, pretty much talking about the same thing. These are funds that are expected to turn a profit. So these statements are like the for-profit statements, and you will see you have all your assets and all your liabilities. And it's broken up by three major funds. They're all three considered major, and you have no non-major funds anymore, since we moved the sewer system to the general fund, which I think was a smart move there. And so now we only have these funds left that are considered business type funds. You'll see solid waste had total assets of about $39 million, almost $40 million there, and the majority of it being cash and your assets, your physical assets for the solid waste system. You had liabilities just shy of $400,000 for the current ones, and total liabilities of about $12 million. That the largest part of that is that post-closure cost. You have to set aside reserves every year if the landfill ever was full and you close down sections of the landfill. So there's a calculation that Angie does, pretty advanced calculation, and then it is adjusted to the figure year to year, you setting aside some of that reserve.
Is it still like $1 million acre or something like that? That sound right?
Off the top of my head, I can research that and get it.
It's actually done with a whole lot more than just by acre. I don't even think it's done by acres.
But I'm just saying, yeah, I'm just saying that everything involved is, like, I think it was around $1 million. I mean, it come out to about $1 million acres. So.
And look at this number here, $1.6 million on net pension liability.
So that is the Elgers retirement system. So if you closed on June 30th of 25, that's how much you would have to give to the state to support the pension of any employee that is in the solid waste disposal participating in the Elgers system.
And that's for every department.
Yeah, every department has that.
Every department has that.
Yeah, you just don't
That's
see it on
a
the modified
huge-
accrual page.
That is a huge liability. Oh.
It's actually much larger. When you look at that figure as a whole, it's,
Does that include what they put into our retirement system as well, or just what we put in?
that's what you would have to pay. So your total Elgers liability is right at $32,600,000 across all the employees.
It's what?
$32,600,000.
Wow.
So, we got a new treasurer, so I think they're looking at the investing piece of it. That would hopefully lower the rate, because the rate's gone up every year for the employer side.
Oh, it's been awful.
Not the employee's side, but the employer side. One time it was 6 and 6.
Yeah.
And now it's
What is it?
13%.
How much?
13% that you put into the retirement for the employees. Death benefits and public safety. Public safety is even higher.
So that's just about doubled in the last, what, 6 years?
More like 8 or 10.
8 or 10?
But every year it's gone up. So the Elgers might They used to say that, oh, look how good the elders are doing. They're doing it off the back of the government, if you ask my opinion, because they didn't have a very good investment in place. Now I think they have a better investment policy, or they're working towards, they didn't take advantage of all the growth in the investments in recent years. So hopefully that'll help the units, and maybe that will level off and not increase every year. But I think it went up for 26, didn't it? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so anyways, that was solid waste. As you can see, you had ended the year with total net position of about $24,600,000, of which $4.4 million is unrestricted. The Maxwell Center, you can see that they have total assets of around $24 million, of which $22 million are their physical assets and about $2 million in cash. Liabilities, 800, current ones are 871,000, total liabilities are about $7.7 million. That being the note payable, the $20 million borrowed from the USDA through Tri-County, but it's going down every year to year. And ended up the year with unrestricted of about $1.7 million. And then you have the Jetport. The Jetport total assets were around $22 million, which $17.5 million is the actual physical assets of the airport. Cash not very high, about less than $100,000. And then you had some about really low liabilities, about $200,000 in liabilities, and ended up unrestricted net position of about $4.2 million. If you go to the next slide, that's now basically a profit and loss, because it is on the full accrual. And you'll see that the solid waste had an operating loss of about $288,000, but then they had some grants and some other interest and revenues and things like that. So they ended up the year with an increase of $759,000. Okay. And then the next one, the Maxwell Center, you have operating revenues of about $1.4 million, expenses of $2.6 million, some other changes, some interest expense because of debt, and some transfers in, but ended the year with a change in net position of $263,000. And then the Jetport had about $1.1 million in revenues, expenses of about $2 million, and then some grant revenue for some development out there, and then some transfers in, ending the year at an increase of $7.6 million. I think the increase is mainly to fund some of that, the projects that are going on over there. Okay, so those are pretty much the statements that I go over because they're the highlights of the county. I do issue other reports, 3 compliance ones. One is the report on internal controls, and we had no findings there. And like I said earlier, we test federal and state programs, and each program that we tested has no findings either. We do a communication of no material weaknesses, which is basically my profession's answer to the internal control report. And then we do a communication to those charged with governance, telling you that there was a change in accounting policies this year. Again, that GASB 101 sick leave that I mentioned earlier. Estimates are in these statements. Depreciation is probably one of the largest, in addition to bad debt allowance for taxes. Those are probably the largest estimates that are in the financial statements. We had no difficulties in performing the audits, no disagreements with management, and management does sign a letter saying they answered all my questions, provided me with everything, et cetera.
Just a moment on that slide.
Okay.
Out of all that, it's the compliance reports that are most important in my mind, and that is whether or not there are any findings on any of this, and that's what creates the red flags. Am I correct?
Findings, yes.
So you always want a report, an audit that comes back and says, no findings, no findings, no findings.
Yeah. So anyways, and so that there were no findings, and of course those federal programs are pots of money, over $750,000 that had to be tested. That will increase to, I think, $1 million for 6/30/26. So programs over $1 million that we evaluate, and we have to test them and look at them for a 3-year period, when did we last test it, and things like that. So we select a variety of programs year to year to get 20% coverage of total federal funding. There is a chart in there called the Schedule of Expenditures of Federal and State Awards, and that tells you every bit of grant funding you received, and it's quite a large figure that helps support the different activities in like social services, things like that.
What
So
page
you
is it?
ended the year, you got around almost 24 million in federal funding and almost 18 million in state funding for the year.
What page are you on?
237.
230.
42 million total.
237.
Yeah, page 237, towards the back, in front of that government letter or management letters tab, right in front of it. It's 6 pages long, 2, 4, 6, 7 pages long, to list all the different types of funding that you received from various sources.
Yeah, but for the year, you're speaking of a total of grants of how much?
42 million.
A little over $40 million.
$40 million worth of grants. I mean, listen, I'm gonna try to brag on you a little bit here. $40 million worth of grants that we got.
And
And
this is
our
direct
finance
funding.
department handle, all of those, believe me, and there are a lot of strings attached that handle them all with no findings. I mean, I'm bragging on it just a little bit.
Department of Staff is huge role, especially in your ESS and health department.
Yeah.
And on page 238, the next page,
Huh?
that section is in the middle
Plus
there.
others. Oh, yes, I'm sure there's more than the finance department that is dealing with that. Our
page-
management team.
Yes.
How about that?
On page 238, it said you're interested in what kind of funding comes into. This is funding that goes directly to your residents that does not pass through the county. Right there at the bottom, that disclosure with, like medical assistance, that's a huge figure. $400,000 of medical assistance between the federal and the state that goes to the residents of Wayne County. So it's another, that used to be in the statements, but they pulled it out because that gets paid directly on behalf or directly to the person. It doesn't come to the county and then go to them. So, okay, so those are the statements as a whole. State started something several years ago called the Financial Performance Indicators. And they take, it's all online now, but I go online, I have to input certain key figures from the financial statements, and it creates ratios, and it says, where do you stand where we want you to stand, okay? So the general fund balance available should be between 16 and 32%. You need to remember, your revenues don't come in, your expenses are like this, but your revenues aren't like this. You get peaks in, when did that grant funding come in? Or ad valorem taxes is probably one of the most volatile figures that you can't count on every month because, of course, they're due December and January 1st or whatever, so those monies come in later. And so the state says that the general fund should be had between 16 and 32%, and you have 47%. If you appropriate fund balance and you had a loss in the general fund, it would be what they called a fail condition. And that was, no, you appropriated fund balance, but you didn't use it during the year, and you had an increase in the general fund. And then if you had a fund balance less than zero, which is a fund deficit, that means that you had more liabilities than you had assets to pay them. No, that the county has positive fund balance of $91 million, and you're well away from that figure. If it had been a deficit,
Now, I've got to get an explanation
We
here
would've had a
because
conversation
I'm going to
next year.
have people that are going to see this and say, my gosh, y'all got almost $100 million in fund.
yeah, but remember, I said 60 million plus was restricted.
Oh, please, say that number again, please.
Well, I gotta look at the exact statement to give you the figure, but it's Exhibit 3, and.
So those funds are not available for us to spend.
Yeah, so-
There are a lot of strings on at least 60 some odd
A
million.
little shy of 60 million, so
Okay.
91 million. You only have 37 million that's
Okay,
unassigned.
all right.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that's what helps, that figure right there, that 47%, it comes from that figure. The
Sure.
restriction's taken out of the picture and says you have 47%, which is above the 16 to 32% range. So the state's saying you need to have at least 32%, you're just shy above it, so, okay.
Thank you.
So next we have since you moved the sewer used to be a big issue with the state, but we had determined that we didn't think it was a proprietary revenue anymore. It's only supported by 6, 8 entities, most of them governments, and 1 or 2 nonprofits. So you can't expect them to support an entire sewer system. So there's no longer any sewer statistics that the state is looking at anymore for Wayne County.
Great.
Less is best. Okay, so then they have these other internal controls that came from the financial statements. Now, of course, you had no late debt payments or bond covenants issues. There is a budget violation, and but it's not, in my opinion, a finding. It happens. I looked at Wake County's audit for last year. They had budget findings. It just happens sometimes. And one of them would not have been avoided, which is the health insurance fund. The health insurance that normally is around $525,000 a month, $525,000 a month, came in at like over $640,000. So if you're budgeting based on what's expected, how would you budget for $100,000+ more, which is what that one missed the budget by. And then the other ones, I think we've determined was there's only like 3 or 4 items in the whole audit where it's over budget. And that is the one where we think the departments are ordering their supplies and not getting their purchase order until the next month in July. You're supposed to get a purchase order. The purchase order sets the budget aside.
Right.
Then when the bill comes in July, it's been budgeted for the prior year. But if you don't get a purchase order, the software doesn't set the money aside. And so every issue otherwise was because of accounts payable. Same like the health insurance. It's accounts payable. What's come in July, that is for June. And so we need to work on purchase orders, the departments.
And we have resolved that issue with that
Well,
department, correct?
and I will we've got ideas, we've had discussions. It did not come up till Friday.
Okay.
Did not come up till Friday. Because in the past, I would not have said anything about the budget for payables. But the state has new leadership and new employees, and they pushed back on me this year. And I tried to say, well, you never said anything before when we had a payables that went out of line. And they pushed back and made me do something. But it's not a bad thing. It's a room for opportunity for improvement. It's with 2 departments that overspent. I am gonna suggest, which I talked to Angie over the weekend, that you consider researching adopting at the departmental level. If you had adopted your budget as social services has this much money, you would not have had any issue, because you spent well below the budget in social services. You spent below the budget in public safety. Those are 2 that had issues with some overages. And so that's something to consider instead of still present detail. You can still present detail, but if you adopt it at that level, then any overage doesn't count as long as that whole department's in budget. So, and that's how you amend a budget anyways. You take from whichever, social services say, okay, we're ordering supplies and we have some money left in this admin supply line, we'll move it to this supply line. Right. You do that anyways. Let's just make it formal by the board to make it that way, and then we won't have this issue in the future either. Doesn't mean that she shouldn't fix the issue with purchase orders, and she'll work on that.
So when you say they adopted at that particular department, it still has to come through us.
Oh, yeah, budget changes would still come through. I'm just saying for financial statement presentation.
Okay.
Financial statement presentation is what the LGC looks at.
Okay.
It'll be adjusted and fixed, I can guarantee you.
The only concern I have with the LGC pushing back is it forces small towns, larger units to inflate their budgetary expenses to make sure it never happens again.
Which is what we try not to do.
Which you try not to do. And so it's kind of you're going to give them a hard time because they were $40,000 over in a department that had, $300,000, $400,000. You're going to give, the LGC is going to push back, but then, okay, add $100,000, you know, so that they don't do it again. But then, you know, you're just gonna inflate every single little, what I call sub-department.
Right.
Because public safety's made up of everything somebody asked me about earlier. Social services has a whole bunch of sub-departments. But if you do it at the departmental level, it still goes through you, and you still watch it by line. You still watch it by line, because if they're not getting purchase order, that department needs to be dealt with to make sure purchase orders are first.
Right.
So
Checks are-
percentage-wise, how much were they over from their budget? I mean, was there a
Oh,
certain percentage?
it's minor.
I mean, like-
Minuscule. I don't even think it hits 1%.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's, I mean, one was 40,000, one was 31,000. The highest one was the 100,000 in health, in insurance. But if you add them all together, it's less than $200,000.
Claims, health claims.
Yeah.
You don't know what's gonna happen.
So anyways, so just wanted to point that out. Angie will write a letter that the board signs saying that they were aware of this issue.
I just wanted to bring that up. It's not like, we're not talking millions
Oh,
of
no,
dollars.
absolutely not.
So because everybody goes, it thinks the worst, so I just. wanted
No,
to
when
bring
you
that
look, when we went over that Exhibit 5, you know, there wasn't a single expenditure line item over budget
Yep.
at the function level.
I'm just talking about people in public listening.
Oh, sure, sure. But it is very minor in total to your entire budget. I don't know the exact figure off the top of my head on that, but anyways, it's very minor.
We've got corrective action.
Yep. And what's gonna be different. And then all the other ones, pretty basic, and of course, like I said, there was no findings. There were no, the finance officer was in place for the whole year. They were appropriately budgeted. The opinions unmodified. I did not do a going concern. Going concern, we would have had lots of meetings beforehand. That just means you can't operate. Date the audit was submitted was on time, and collected your ad valorem taxes as a percentage of budget. You were good there, so there was no other issues. And so a letter would be needed to the LGC for that one item. And that is it. Questions?
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Like I mentioned,
Thank you.
my contact information, staff has it, and if you have any questions or want a one-on-one, you can meet at my office and we can go through these so you understand it, Mr. DeMarco maybe, or anybody else that wants the class I gave Mr. Gurley. All right?
All right, thanks
you.
so much. Well, that took longer than I thought. All right, we're moving on to appointment committee.
All right, so we'll need a motion to appoint David Aycock, replacing Curtis Stafford, Ivania Moore, replacing Charlie Ward, Mike Akery, replacing Craig Fote, Delvicia Faison, replacing Randy Gray to the Wayne County Planning Board. Joe, should I also include a recommendation of Andre Farrell?
Hold on, let me go ahead and act on this.
All right.
This is coming to us as a form of motion from the appointment committee.
Yes.
Any discussion on the motion? Okay, if you'll vote. Okay, that passed. Now you had other.
Yeah, we had two more appointments come before us. And the appointment committee recommended Andrea Frel to the Trillium Southeastern Regional Advisory Board, as well as Valerie Wallace to the Library Board.
Okay, and these are coming to you in form of a recommendation in which we'll vote on those at our next meeting. Okay,
That's
anything
all I
else?
have.
That's all you got. Thank you. 9:30, a little past that, we're gonna have a public hearing to receive public comments on the sale of 31.48 acres in Park East Industrial Park, Lot 7A, as part of Project Light for $40,000 an acre, and I call our public hearing in order.
Yes, sir, I can give a little bit of background on this.
Please.
So this is Lot 7A in Park East. If you remember, several months ago, you all entered into an agreement with WCDA to construct 2 shell buildings on it. Shortly afterwards, Mark Pope was contacted by a developer who was actually interested in purchasing and developing the lot themselves. So we held off while those were in negotiations. So right now, the buyer is a Real Estate Acquisitions LLC, and they're a developer that's based out of Florida. They're in negotiations with a company who will come in and lease the property. So the developer will build the facility and then they'll lease it to the company. The company is an international company, but it does have a local presence. That announcement has not been made public yet because they're still in negotiations. But the developer wanted to move forward with purchasing so they can go ahead with the zoning and permitting and start that process. So like I said, they plan to develop the property and lease it to a local existing industry. They will move forward with the execution of the purchase agreement that was included in your packet, and then work on obtaining planning approval. That should take about 6 to 7 months. So if you all approve this today, they'll begin that process. We'll sign the purchase agreement, and then hopefully sometime within about 6 months, they'll close on the property. The sales price is $40,000 an acre. There's 31.48 acres, so that comes to $1,259,200. We did have this listed for $50,000 an acre. So this is the form of their incentive would be a $10,000 reduction on the property. They plan to commit at least $20 million in capital improvements, and the facility will be 100,000 square foot, and they're gonna build this all at once. So that's the background of that project.
Okay.
So if you all do move forward today, the motion would be to enter into a purchase agreement for the property. And also you would need to make a motion to terminate the existing interlocal agreement with WCDA, since WCDA will not be building those shell buildings.
Two separate motions are in the same motion.
You can do it together.
Okay, did anyone sign up for our public hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so no one signed up for our public hearing. So with that in mind, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Wait, I'm sorry, I saw someone motion. Are you here for this particular item, ma'am? This meeting, do we have public comment?
We do not.
It's the following
It's
meeting
the
that we will have.
first meeting of each
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we enter into a purchase agreement with said company for $40,000 an acre for 31.48 acres and terminate the agreement with WCDA.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion on that motion? I do have a comment. We normally would not reduce the price of our valuable property out there had it not been that this was a local, established, existing industry that, that we felt like was in our interest that we make that reduction. I think I said that correctly. Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, then all those in favor will please vote.
We didn't have to put with appropriate budget amendment, did we?
No, sir.
Okay.
Okay, that passed unanimously. Now we move to unfinished business. We need, we'll have discussion on the EMS station number 12 by Insight Consulting Group.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to do a quick introduction, and then Ms. Simpson Carter's going to take over from there. First and foremost, thank you for your recognition to Scholar Athletes. That's a pretty special thing that you all do. EMS Station 12, just want to give everybody a rundown of the timeline. 7/20/2023, we submitted an application through Senator Tillis's office for a grant to build a EMS Station 12. On 3/12/2024, we received confirmation that we were awarded a grant of $2,011,000. 1/15/2025, we sent out RFBs to have a team join us to assist with the HUD grant process. It's a pretty complicated process. 1/28/2025, Insight was selected, and Ms. Simpson Carter is a member of that team. 2/18/2025, you all approved a lease agreement with Seymour Johnson Air Force Base for 1 acre of land, which is where our EMS Station 12 will go. On 6/30/2025, we received a actual address for Station 12. That's 2510 East Elm Street, Goldsboro, North Carolina. And in November of 2025, Ms. Simpson Carter came on board as one of our teammates to help to facilitate with that. So I'm going to let her take it from there.
All right, thank you.
Good morning,
Good
Commissioners.
morning.
Well, this is my first time up here presenting, so I'm gonna do a little test run of how this going. Okay. I'm the Director of Economics and Community Development with Insight. As David said, I joined the firm. Actually, they stole me from the state in October. And so I've been working with the firm, and I do have several staff under me that are working with you all that were prior to my joining Insight. David went over a lot of some of the stuff that I was going to give just a brief overview of, like when you all actually did your conceptions, what the award amount is for, who is the funding source, what the actual project is, which is the EM Station number 12. As David said, there's a lot of HUD requirements. That's what Insight is managing. My team, particular, is working very closely with Angie and David. They are awesome in helping us to ensure we secure everything that needs to be done. So
Excuse me, I just had one question on that slide.
Yeah.
That will house at least 4 ambulances or a maximum of 4?
At least 4. There was a scope that had to be submitted as part of the grant prior to Insight joining, and that was some of the language that was in there. And so I pulled that from the information. That doesn't mean that it has to be that many, but that's what, was submitted.
I don't think the building's big enough to hold but 4 total, I wouldn't think. I mean, it's 4-2 at the present time, correct?
Oh, okay, so you're basically saying that the building will hold at least 4 ambulances, not that we're gonna put 4 ambulances
No.
there?
Oh,
Okay.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Just at least. Again, David went over a lot of this timeline of, when you procured our firm, when Insight started working actively with the county staff. One of the biggest hurdles, and I'm sure David will agree, was the environmental review, which is one of the biggest HUD requirement, or let's just say federal requirement for any federal funding. We worked with David, and our firm was able to get that submitted, and we did receive notification in December that was approved. So from the time that we were procured until even today, we've been working on all the funding conditions that come with this grant, as you like to say, the strings. What I've provided is who is on my team that is actually the county assigned project manager, which is Mr. Freddie Sutherland, former police officer of Mount Olive, that is really great with federal programs. So he's been helping prior to me coming, and also helped me to get acclimated to what actually was going on that I need to step in. So when I got there, David, talking with him, one of the things was to help with more of the federal program from the DC level. So that's what I've been working on. And I am proud to say that in January the 7th, I was able to ensure that all of the 37 funding condition items were submitted properly to HUD. And we did receive notification that they had accepted those. They are moving up the chain line. So hopefully the next email we have is that the acting director has signed off on your grant agreement, which releases the funding, release of funds. That allows you to go ahead and start procuring for contracts and construction work.
And when are we expecting that? Who knows?
Talking with, well, believe it or not, I got an email right before coming to the meeting from the grant rep at the Greensboro field office. So she's anticipating that within the next 30 to 60 days, which works pretty good for a timeline. Like I said, it's a 2-step process, and so she's saying 30 to 60 days. We had to, as part of the funding condition, give an anticipated phase of the project. So we had anticipated that with construction and everything would be approximately 12 months. The planning and design, I will tell you, David has been amazing to work with. And so we are pretty much 90%, if not almost 100% at the design and planning phase complete. And so all that leads us to do is the bidding of the contracts and also construction. And based off of the design that the board approves, working with your staff and Insight, construction can go pretty quick. And our team also has a construction side that helps manage that as well with the staff. So, you know, pretty much where we're at now is waiting on the release of funds so that we can move forward with the bidding and contracting. It's been a pleasure to work with the staff, and I thank the county for allowing Insight to work with you all. Any questions?
So do you help us with the inflation of cost too?
Actually, you know, I can do as I'm doing with other counties that's coming on the Insight who have active grants. I've been, with my experience with the state, I've been able to find them additional grant funding. So that is an option if you need.
We'll explore that option, because I'm pretty sure
Okay.
it's gonna be more.
If you need additional grant funding, I'm going tonight to work.
Start exploring it.
Yeah, so,
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate
thank
it.
you all.
All right, any other questions? Thanks so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to consent agenda. And we've added 2 budget amendments and item 13 and 14, those public hearings. So I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
All right, we got a motion to approve consent agenda. Any discussion? Oh, and now time to vote. Okay, and the county manager's report.
Okay. I just, kudos to the finance office for their work on the budget throughout the year and every day. And it's just like programs like this, which have all these HUD requirements tied to it. It's a complex, scenario to work through, like our Rolling Wood, neighborhood recovery, rebuild. It's just as complex, and you need these outside agencies from time to time to come in and help you navigate, and it's getting the right people to do it correctly so that it makes it easier on our finance team and all of our department heads as well. I mean, it's a countywide effort to put together a good budget and to stay on budget and to have good findings, and so that's always appreciative, and my hat's off to finance for that. Also, congratulations to the soccer team. That's unbelievable. It's almost impossible to believe that they could win that many games and lose that few. And I'm sure the championship game was probably right to the, a nail biter, but, congratulations to them as well. That's all I have.
Okay, Commissioner Williams.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to attend the Mount Olive update on their moratorium, and, it's a slow turning wheel there. I'm hoping that, we can put a think tank together and we can, speed up the process of helping Mount Olive. Also had the opportunity to attend the Chamber annual dinner. It was amazing. Food was great. The company was great. Got a chance to be there with some of our commissioners and our county manager. And I also attended yesterday, me and actually Commissioner Forster attended the MLK Day luncheon, and it was great. It was great. It was some things were tough for some people to hear, but I think they needed to hear them. It was a young man. He was amazing, and he read something from Martin Luther King, and he said, "If you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward." And that was wonderful hearing this little 9-year-old kid, say this. That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Foster.
Oh, well, to echo on what Commissioner Williams just said, I also attended those events. They were both great events. And I just want to send my condolences to Mr. Charles Wright and his family for their loss recently. And I think that's it.
Okay. Mr. Harrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. I had a chance to attend the East Carolina Council meeting last week, and they're still having an interim director right now and are getting some of their finances straight, working on back audits that need to be completed. I know our county received some funds for aging from them, so I had an opportunity to go and sit there and participate in that committee. Also, wages. Wages had our board meeting this past week. Wages had its financial audit and had all good reports from Wages, which was good for that board and the community. Wages will also be celebrating 60 years this year of being in existence. So organization is trying to plan some type of celebration because Wages does a lot in our community. Hate to say it, but they're preparing as well for what's going to happen with the government and our budget come January 31st. All of the Head Start and early Head Start children are back in school at Wages because that funding was approved. So that funding is not in danger now, but Wages has a CSBG, a community service block grant, that makes them a community service action agency that is potentially in jeopardy, which is a smaller amount of funds depending on what our federal representatives do when we get to January 31st. So let's keep our fingers crossed on that. Had an opportunity to meet with our county manager and Kendall Lee to look at facilities and getting some meetings scheduled for that. Have spoke with our chair and Commissioner Williams about looking at getting those the first commissioner meeting afterwards to start our meetings and looking at our next meeting, but we'll see what happens with the weather and things there. I want to send out just some prayers and thoughts for Jim and Beverly Grantham. The Grantham store in our community in Grantham is a big center there for a lot of commerce for them and just people gathering. And the shop area there caught on fire and pretty much was completely gutted last week. Thanks to all of the first responders and the fire departments that came in on mutual aid, they did an amazing job to keep that fire from spreading to the hardware store and to the store itself. So our prayers are with them and the Grantham family there as well. And again, thank you for the audits. I know there's a lot of people involved in that. Thank you for our staff. Ms. Carolyn Keller, I'm sorry I put you on the spot there. Just looking at the minutes, but I wanted to make sure my vote was informed when it came to the money and everything being raised for our station. And the it's Charles B. Aycock, the young men there, and there's young women as well. I know they're out there participating in athletics as well. Just great for how hard they've worked in the program, and thanks to the adults, because just as here in our local government, having the people that are willing to put the time in, because there are so many things that we do that go beyond 5 o'clock or what we're ever compensated for that impact lives around us. So thank you for that. And Mr. Chair, that's all I have.
Okay, Commissioner Gurley.
Yes, sir. Back to the Grantham fire, they were all volunteer fire departments. So volunteer makes a difference in our community. They took time took off work, time out of their schedule to help their community and surrounding communities. They were from all over the county. So we appreciate them. Makes you proud to be a former graduate of Charles B. Aycock. I'm actually old enough to be their granddaddy, but we've always been known for having a strong baseball, softball, football, tennis program, and now soccer. So that's I just want to tell them congratulations. They've got a good staff there. Nelson's former. Nelson Cunningham was the principal, former graduate of Charles B. Aycock as well. And the last thing is we have a potential of having a winter storm this weekend. I would ask that all of our county residents, if it does come, like they're saying, please stay off the road if any way possible, because when, you get on the road and, when treacherous, road conditions, it taxes our, emergency services, EMS, law enforcement, and fire department. It's just as treacherous for us to be out on the road, if not worse, especially on a wreck, trying to direct traffic. We've had several people across the state, killed, injured. We had one guy up in, it's been several years ago, was on a wreck, and, a lady, went out of control, who was directing traffic, and it, basically cut his legs off. So please, stay off the road if any way possible, and if you do have to get on, please go slow, and remember to move over, if you see emergency apparatus, and that's at any time, not just during bad weather. So, thanks, sir.
Commissioner Cross.
Yes, I have one other thing I'd like to say. Back during our budget, we had money available for repaving the parking lot at Maxwell Center. And I questioned us paving the parking lot outside in front of the courthouse. The Maxwell Center was done, the parking lot outside isn't done. I would ask that we look at that. I ask every board member when you leave here to go downstairs and look at that parking lot. It's not a line out there. And representing the county building, I think we should have lines in our parking lot, just for safety reasons, everything else, even though people do drive through regardless, but to at least have them. It looks terrible, you know, just to be honest. I don't know when the last time anybody's parked over there, but I park over there every time I come up because I'm late. But, so, please take a look at that and have facilities look at that.
And that was seal coated, not paved, correct?
It was seal coated, not paved.
And like, it looks very good, but I'm with Bevan, this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any holes or anything in it, but the lines are terrible.
We have money proposed in next year's budget, but I don't see if he's got any left in this year's. We'll see. We'll check.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I see our facilities chairman taking notes. Commissioner Aycock.
Oh, okay, thank you. The chairman event was absolutely wonderful the other night. I felt like Cinderella at the ball. Everybody looked so nice and just wonderful. The food was great, and I want to commend the chamber for putting that event on. And I want to congratulate the people who received the awards, you know, for their contribution to the community, which was, and Tommy Jarrett, I never knew he could be so funny up there the other night. I mean, he's my lawyer, and I go to him. I've never seen that side of him, but that was really fun. Also tonight, we have the Firemen Association meeting at Langtree at 7 o'clock. And also, I'd like to encourage the commissioners also, when the chamber has ribbon cuttings for the new businesses and stuff to attend, because, you know, a lot of times we go there and there's not hardly anyone there or anybody there except the people at the chamber. And I think it would be good if they would see some commissioners there at ribbon cuttings too, that we're supporting the businesses that are coming in, you know, to our community and everything. And finance staff, thank you for a great job. I mean, if anybody's ever done a finance budget and put one together and keep up with all the Gatsby's and the yellow book and all the stuff that goes along with it and the changes every year, I have to commend y'all, is all I can say. It is a task in itself, and congratulations on a job well done to your staff and the rest of the staff that was involved in it. It was fantastic. And I'm glad the public got to hear, you know, about, you know, our accomplishments and everything, because we've done a whole lot this year, in the last 2 or 3 years, actually. And, you know, and I hear a lot of negativism a lot of times, nothing positive a lot of times, but I got to commend this board for what accomplishments and the staff, what we've done in the last, since I've been on the board. We've done a whole lot, folks. And I noticed Goldsboro put together a list of things that they had accomplished and everything. That was good reading, and they put it out there. I'd love to see something like that with us, because, you know, they done a good report showing, you know, the accomplishments they've made, you know, when they were coming out of the budget, you know, problems and different things and other things that we've done. I don't think the public realizes all the things that's been put together here, and then still come out in a big positive on our finances and everything in a game. So I just recommend, you know, that we look at something doing like that, because maybe it would help with some of Negativism I hear sometimes. And that's all I got to say, Mr.
Mr. Chair, I
Chairman.
do have one thing.
Yes.
Ms. Barber just, right on my brain. Congratulations to, Continua Farms. We're at a ribbon cutting out at Waymore Drive, a business, in the county, in District 5, may I add, on Waymore Drive, that has, beef and pork, processing, and they're plants out of Washingtonburg, but they have roots in Wayne and Greene County. Actually, one of the owners is Daniel Gray, is a farmer and a CPA here in the county, and so just wanted to kind of go by, and it's well worth your ride, just up Waymore Drive.
It is, and the meat is beautiful and so fresh looking. And the prices are comfortable with the grocery store. Is that correct, Chris? What I've seen. And the steaks are absolutely beautiful, and other pork and beef and everything. But that was a nice grand opening and everything of that business.
And you can order, and they'll bring it from the plant there, they'll deliver it there, so you can pick it up, so you don't have to drive to Washingtonburg. So,
Yeah.
Good.
thank you.
Commissioner Dr. DeMarco.
Oh. Well, first of all, I want to thank all the commissioners for appointing me to this position. I really appreciate that. And like Joe said earlier, it truly is like drinking from a fire hose, getting all this information. So I would like to thank Carol, Kayla, and all the staff who have been fantastic in helping me transition over. I must say that my experience on the Board of Education has helped out tremendously. I'm not a complete idiot on all this stuff, but this staff has been absolutely tremendous, and I really appreciate it. And I'm sure I'm going to have a bunch of questions going forward, but, more importantly, I want to thank Wayne County. Wayne County has made all my dreams come true here, and it's truly an honor to serve. And I think we're going to have some bright things in the future here. So once again, thank you all, and I will do my best.
You're welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard. Thank you. I suppose the first thing that I realized upon this appointment is now we got two Joes up here. So I thought about it, and I said, well, I've been here longer, so I get to claim Joe as the name. So when you speak of Joe, you're speaking to me. Your name is now Dr. Joe. So if you're referring to him, let's refer to our Commissioner DeMarco as Dr. Joe.
Joe Jr.
Joe Jr. Okay, now I don't know about that. At any rate, a couple of things here. We are in the process of discussing our options on our budget retreat. This winter storm, there are several models, and one of the models really is scary. So if that storm hits us, as it's expected to do on Friday and Saturday, or actually Saturday and Sunday, then that snow or that ice is not going to melt by Monday morning. So we are highly considering, and we're checking now on our options, and later this morning, hopefully we'll have some announcement on that. So there may be a rescheduling there. I do want to point out that the chamber and other organizations is putting together a presentation where they will honor those many businesses in Wayne County that have been here and celebrating over 100 or more years of service. Just to name these businesses: Caterpillar, 100 years; City of Goldsboro, 178 years; the County of Wayne leading through here at 246 years. Crawford Henderson Insurance, 133 years. Didn't know that. First Citizens Bank, 127 years. Goldsboro Milling, 110 years. Mount Olive Pickle celebrating 100 years this year. Seymour Funeral Home, who knew that? 105 years here in Wayne County. Southern Bank, 125 years. T.A. Loving celebrating 100 years this year.
101.
You what?
101.
101, huh?
100 last year.
Well, then they better go ahead and change that. Wayne County Chamber, 128 years. The Will Family Businesses, 160 years. UNC Wayne Health, 130 years. Just to name some of those that are gonna be honored, that's gonna be Thursday, January the 22nd, this Thursday. It's gonna be at 4:30. You might want to arrive a little earlier because the Governor Stein will be making those presentations and having remarks. And the location of that is going to be at 1200 West Ash Street, the Mount Olive facility there on Ash Street, Mount Olive Pickle. We're going to be talking about in a work session in regards to our budget and goals retreat. I do want to point out though, and there was one other thing I wanted to point out, and I can't see it here. Oh, I do see it. I did attend the chamber event, and I must admit that two of my commissioners showed up in black tie, and I'm telling you, they were dressed to kill. So, a big attaboy and shout out to Commissioner Williams and Foster. I mean, man, we all dress up, y'all dress up. And it did say black tie on it, but to me, if I wear a tie, if it's black or not, then that's black tie to me. So I reckon I gotta get a tuck if I'm gonna swing with you guys. Okay, do I? All right, that said, we are now going into, do we have a closed session?
No, sir.
Have no closed session. We are going to take a recess, and then we're going to go into a work session for legislative goals. So we are in recess.
Oh, actually, we just go swing and swing.
Oh, I know. After I said it, All right, we're back. I want to go through a couple of things here, and you know, when they give you this gavel, you wonder whether or not you're supposed to sit back and just not do anything, participate. Well, I'm sorry, I'm a kind of an action guy, and
Yes, you are.
I've studied this goals situation, and I've had some input from some of the commissioners. And I think in some ways we're missing the mark. And what I mean by we're missing the mark, here is our legislative goals for Wayne County for last year. There's one page, there's 2 pages, and there's 3 pages. So we had 3 pages of legislative goals. And if you go talk to a legislator and you hand him 3 pages of goals, guess about what you get?
Trash can.
Trash can. And we've done this for years. So this year, I want to present something to the board for your consideration. And what I did is I went through and kind of made a presentation of how we would possibly present our goals to the legislators. I think we need to have visualization. I think we need to concentrate on the positives of why we have narrowed our goals to 3 requests from the legislators and 2 requests from the Congress. Now, I've got it up here, but understand this is the board decision. We may have 5 requests for the legislators and 3 requests or 4 requests from Congress. My plan that I've got here is just showing 3 and 2. Concentrating our efforts with our legislators on 3 and 2. So let me go through this, if you will, allow me to present this to you. And it should be about a 5-minute presentation. And from there, we can begin to add, subtract, or delete. Okay? So on slide 1, we basically are going to be talking to our legislators as an overview of our priorities. 1 is going to be infrastructure that we're concentrating on. We want to concentrate on public safety. We want to concentrate on education, national defense, and improving the quality of life here in Wayne County. So all of these are going to really improve the quality of life, but focusing where we feel like that our weaknesses are, and that is education, public safety, and infrastructure and national defense. Again, 3 requests for the legislators. 1 of those requests is we are asking for legislation to create sewer authority.
The state or
The state, we're asking the state to create the authorization for a sewer authority here in Wayne County by legislation. Secondly, we're going to be asking for school construction assistance. And thirdly, we're going to be asking for 911 funding. So those are basically where we are going to concentrate our efforts. From Congress, we're going to be asking for funding for regional sewer. And secondly, mission expansion for Seymour Johnson. So those are going to be an overview of our request. Now let's get into the details. On a regional sewer authority on North Carolina legislation, we are wanting to consolidate the wastewater systems countywide with legislation. Now let me concentrate on that. Many people have talked about, and in fact we have had a committee formed that has been meeting on a regular basis for how many years?
3 or 4.
3 years. That is meeting at the Maxwell Center generally with all the municipalities and the County of Wayne with engineers to discuss how to create a countywide wastewater consolidation. And we are about as close today of doing that as we were 3 years ago.
We're closer than we were 3 years ago, but.
But here's the obstacle. The obstacle is, we got politics involved here. We got political entities that are saying, I don't want to give up my baby. I can't give up control. I've got that power and I don't want to do that. And in my mind, I think the easiest solution is a legislation that would consolidate those systems. So that is why we are asking our legislators to create that legislation. Secondly, it will improve efficiency and cost as well as compliance if we do that.
And we're not reinventing anything, correct?
We're not reinventing
Because this is
anything.
big.
We're just coming together with all of these systems to improve efficiency, cost, and compliance.
But that's been done before in the state, correct?
And it has. I think it has in Buncombe County. Then we want to.
Let me ask one question. So,
Yes.
will we be the only county asking for this?
At this point, yes.
Okay.
But I think I think what it would do, it would set a standard for doing system consolidations throughout the state, because it needs to be done.
Until the word gets out that we're doing it, and then everybody else is going to tag on, just like some other things. That's my opinion, anyway.
By doing the legislation, it removes the constraints on political decisions. You have an authority. The authority then has a board, and that board makes those decisions rather than politicians. And the great thing here, it definitely supports economic development here in Wayne County. So that's our number one goal. Our number two goal is 911 funding authority. North Carolina legislation, we're asking for authority to have 911 funding. The county faces rising operational and staffing costs. Every county is faced with this. It creates a dedicated funding source directly for 911 funding. And lastly, it reduces property tax reliance. Now, why do we pick this goal at this particular time? The legislation right now has created a study commission to study how to reduce county property taxes. Here's a way to do it. Some of the numbers that I saw it was around $3 million of our tax dollars that go to operate 911. That's number one. Number two, are you aware that years past, the counties had that authority to actually place a 911 fee on the phones, and those dollars came into the county for the county to fund 911 operations? Am I correct, Chip?
It's on your cell phone, though.
So every cell phone, every landline, everybody had a 911 fee. It came to the county. The state took that and actually said, we're going to create a 911, so those dollars are going to go into the state fund. You can request grants from that organization, but no longer did the county have funding for 911. And in the meanwhile, those dollars and those costs have skyrocketed. So it's coming from property taxes. We're asking for a legislation to restore that, basically, to where we would have a local 911 fee that would go on phones. That will then reduce the property taxes by that like amount. And it's just something that needs to be done. So this is one thing I think that the legislators could actually buy into.
So where's the money going to now? You said it's going to the state. Where's it come from? But where's the money come from now?
Oh, it comes from the cell phones.
So are we asking to put another fee on that, or are we asking to take that?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Another fee or control over
The fee.
you collect.
Yeah, I would say the existing fee. I mean,
Because you don't, there's
Lots of money that goes in.
they pick and choose what the reimbursements are. Then they may approve you, they may not approve you, there's no consistency.
on this in a public meeting. So, I'm with you.
But this is one area that I think that the legislators would be open to because of their study commission. They realize property taxes are just skyrocketing and getting out of hand. It's a burden on affordability. There's just right now, this would be a time for us to actually push for something like that.
But controlling the existing, not adding to it.
Well, either or. Let legislators decide how to do it. All right, additionally to that, our next goal was a zero-interest school construction. Zero-interest school construction. Now, the reason for that is, next, this would be limited to Tier 1 counties only. So we're not saying all schools now would be able to have zero-interest school construction. It would be limited to Tier 1 counties. Next, the county has principal-only repayment. And thirdly, the state covers the interest cost. Do recognize that the state can borrow money a lot more efficiently than the counties can. So if they're borrowing the monies, the counties then would actually pay for the principal and the state would cover the interest expense. But look at what that would do. The state borrowing cost is definitely lower at a lower interest rate. So this would be allowing us. Now let me show you the impact of that. Here's an examples. $60 million in school construction and $30 million in interest is avoided. So it costs the county $30 million to finance 60. So now we're obligated for $90 million. What we're talking about under this program, the county would be obligated for $60 million. Look at the impact in regards to construction for schools. So again, the cost to the state would only be the interest cost, but it didn't at one time expense. This is spread over 30 years or 20 years or whatever the financing would be.
Well, you think they would try to take it out of our needs-based assessment grants and stuff?
No, I don't see any reason for that. I don't see that. This is in addition to the needs base.
Gotcha.
So those are the goals that we're going to be asking for the state. The next is federal. On federal, we asked for congressional action, and the advantages of a combined sewer system are, one, it preserves prime farmland. So why are we going this route? Because it preserves prime farmland. Here's some of the other things. Large areas in Wayne County cannot support septic systems. Development is forced upon prime farmland because that's the property that's going to perk. Regional sewer allows growth in appropriate locations while preserving agriculture. It removes the primary barrier to economic development because we don't have a sewer system and the infrastructure, then we're not getting economic development that we should be getting. Lack of sewer capacity is the single greatest constraint to large projects. Regional sewer enables needed industrial parks, large-scale commercial development, supports environmental protection because it reduces reliance on failing or aging septic systems. It improves groundwater and surface water quality and enhances long-term regulatory compliance. The problem with the smaller systems is they can't comply. They don't have the resources to comply.
And their cost is
And they're
you can't
extremely expensive.
You can't sustain them. So. Then I owe you an apology.
What?
You do listen, don't you?
All right, next slide. Federal rural sewer grants, congressional action. It has long-term community impact. It raises family incomes. How does it do that? Infrastructure attracts higher wages waging industries. It expands employment opportunities close to home. It reduces the workforce out migration. We have workforce here in Wayne County, but they're going outside of Wayne County in order to have the higher paying jobs. If we bring in infrastructure, we can keep those jobs here. It expands the local tax base. It broadens the tax base without proportional service demands. Do understand when you build a residential home, Chris has got this number down pat. When you build a residential home, it costs the county
Right around $1.42.
for every dollar we get.
In
It costs
residential.
$1.42 in taxes. You're losing money every time they build a house.
To provide the services. yes.
Right. So the county operational budget is negatively impacted when you expand residential development. So if we're only gonna be a residential development, and all of these people are gonna go to Raleigh and Johnson County and all the other places around to work, and they're gonna live here, it's going to cost us $1.42 for every dollar we bring in just to support the services of that family.
Bedroom communities. what they-
But if you bring in industry, guess what? They don't go to school. It is a lot less. In fact,
Around 60 cents.
around 60 cents for those dollars invested for
And
industry.
these are all approximate numbers, so don't.
Yeah. Reduces long-term pressure on residential property taxes by expanding this. It improves housing availability. It enables workforce and mixed-use housing. It reduces land cost to reduce housing cost. It supports balanced growth without sprawl. It's a high return on those federal dollars invested. It leverages private investment rather than all of federal investment, federal dollar investment. It generates long-term job creation. And it strengthens regional economic flexibility. So here are the reasons why our congressional delegations need to be interested in providing these sewer grants. The next item that we are asking for is Seymour Johnson. You know, what we are asking them to do to sustain Seymour Johnson is to expand the mission. Let's bring drones and unmanned systems here to Wayne County, to Seymour Johnson. It diversifies the mission. It has regional economic stability by bringing that here. And it improves the base security. You know, we were talking with someone that's familiar with the base, and that person turned around and saying, you do realize that it's not gonna be long before somebody's gonna fly a drone, and they're gonna use that drone as a weapon, and it's gonna be at a large gathering. And wouldn't it be nice to have capability to protect not only the base, but also the region by having drone capability here at Seymour Johnson? So there are some added benefits in addition to ensuring the future of Seymour Johnson.
As well as maintaining the F-15Es.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Could I add one thing?
Yes.
I would also, it would be good if that comment said a replacement for the next generation air defense bomber. Since we are the 4th Tactical Fighter Wing, we want to remain that as the core mission.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The next item. Let's recap. We are targeting limited requests. It's a high return on these investments. And it creates a strong county, state, federal partnership for a maximum impact. Everybody gets credit for this. Everybody wins. So basically, that is what I'm hoping we are able to develop when we make our presentation to our congressional as well as our North Carolina legislators. Now, that said, I want us to kind of use this, if we can, as a a starting point, so to speak. So, if we can now, I'd like to open the floor up for discussions, additions, subtractions, or whatever.
I'm good with all of it.
Mr. Chair, if I may, can
Yes.
you go back to the state ones, Ms. Garrett, so we can just maybe start there?
Okay, let's go back.
Whatever's convenient for you.
Now, let me give a disclaimer here. Joel has not touched this yet. Believe me, Joel will make this shine. Right now, it's in rough form. Okay.
So these are, as we discussed, these are our goals.
Well, they're not yet.
Yet,
This is a suggestion.
Got it.
So back up one more slide there to actually, it should list all three of them on the first, right there. Under the next one, next. These are where it's concentrating on. But the three requests are legislation to create a sewer authority, school construction assistance, and 911 funding. Now let's stop there. Is there other areas that we would like to add to that?
I'm good with the 911 funding. But I mean, I'm not too enthused about adding more fees to it.
Well, now let's talk about that. Would it not be better for us to reduce property taxes by 3 cents? 3 cents across the board and add a 25-cent fee to your cell phone?
Depends on how many cell phones you got.
Well, trust me, there's enough cell phones here to produce that and more.
I'm talking about.
What I'm saying is, you can add a small fee of 25 cents to a cell phone and landlines, all telephones, that would actually be funding local 911 service.
So how much money would that do?
I do not know.
But if it's gonna drop 3 cents off the tax rate, how much is that? How much is the penny on the tax rate?
Again, y'all want to get into the details.
You just
I
said 3
understand.
cents, I'm just asking. I
She said
don't know.
3 million.
It's what, a little over $1 million.
3 million, a little less than.
1.3.
So that's
1.3?
$3.9 million. Yeah, $3.9 million, right?
Oh, okay.
I'm just asking.
My point is, let's let the legislatures decide how to fund it. But I'm telling you, an additional fee on your cell phone, not much, just a little bit, would actually help fund, if not completely, most of our 911 service.
So is this fee reoccurring?
Absolutely, it's recurring.
Every month.
Right now, you're on your phone, I don't know what the 911 fee is right now, but I think it's 50 cents.
I think it's 50 cents.
I think it's 50 cents. So your phone right now, every phone, gets charged 50 cents for a 911 fee, and it goes to Raleigh. And it's almost impossible to get any of that money back. It used to be that 911 fee stayed here locally, and the commissioners decided how to use that 911.
Toward public safety.
So I'm just, toward 911, it has to go toward 911 services. But what I'm saying is, let's restore that. Let's restore having a local 911 fee.
That's a good idea.
And it will fund the 911's operations, and those dollars we are now allocating for that expense, you can reduce your tax rate accordingly.
So what you're saying is go from 50 to 75 cents, but all 75 cents per phone per month comes to Wayne County?
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh, you're not
They're not gonna give up 911 state funding. You know that, and I know that. And you
Probably
can't, do what?
Probably not.
No, they're not. So that's there. Don't ask them to give that up ask them to add to
Why
it.
not ask them to give part of it back?
Well, now, we could ask them to do
I
that.
mean, because they took it, right? If we had it at one time, and then they took it, or did we sign off on for them to take it, or they just take
They
it?
do what they dictate.
Yeah.
I know the answer, but I'm just asking.
It would just be like if, you know, your opioid funding, if they could dictate that they took that. But it is a problem.
I mean,
And it's been a problem for a long time.
And I don't have any problem with them sharing a portion of that to us.
That's something that you're gonna need to get more people than just Wayne County on board.
Which probably would be easy.
Yeah, what I'm saying is you wanna get more counties involved in that 911 thing.
Go ahead.
The fact that you mentioned that, I was gonna say that about almost everything on our list. You know, that talking to other counties and getting them to agree or support the same thing and then sending it, seems like it's more of a statement than just one county.
Well, I know of 3, maybe 4
Whether it be
counties.
the sewer or whatever it is, it's like if other counties are supporting it, that's why I asked how many other counties are.
I know of
with
3
this.
or
I just
4
think
counties that
in the
would tag
future,
on to this right
if it's
now.
something that we could do, whether it's just the surrounding counties, you know, but.
What this will do is open the discussion. It opens the discussion so that we can hear from our legislator in regards to what their thoughts are, how they would frame it, how they would frame the legislation, whether it would be statewide. They're trying to find a way to not reduce the property taxes only in Wayne County, but across the state. So undoubtedly, this gives them an option to lower property taxes across the state by having it statewide. But I think it's something that I have found with legislators, it's better for them to design their plan that they're good with rather than saying, here's the plan, you need to go implement it. So this opens that discussion with our legislators in regards to 911 funding.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm good with the 911 funding because I'm just logically thinking about this. So when our audit was presented to us, we had 3 areas that the majority of taxpayer dollars go to in our county. And number 1 was public safety.
It was.
Number 2 was education or DHS. It was those top 3. So with public safety and 911, sounds like that we received those dollars in the past. The state in its wisdom at some point in time changed that. I would think that as our population continues to increase in Wayne County, we're going to have more need for public safety.
We will.
And if there is a discussion, obviously at some point, about property tax at the state level and what they may or may not do, I think this is a way, if we could get this, let the state, their infinite wisdom of the legislature, say what it's going to look like. But if it could help reduce the burden on the property owner in our county and get a funding stream for public safety, I think it's a no-brainer in my mind to ask for that. And I agree, I think there would be other counties.
Oh, everyone I would jump on this thing. You know, it's about like when you're trying to get any legislation, you gotta start somewhere.
Right.
And I think that this gives us a vehicle to start the discussion. Will it be done immediately? No. But I think it is a goal that needs to be thrown out. I think we need to have frank conversations in our budget retreat with our legislators in regards to what we think there are some options of how they could structure it. But allow them, rather than us dictating to them how to draft it, let them draft it.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to give them a little bit of input.
We are.
To try to push them.
And we are, I'm very vague in the presentation, but in our discussion, I think those are the options that we need to express to them. They need to hear those directly from us. School construction, it was the second item, that's the largest portion of our budget. And so this addresses that. And we all know the needs, whether or not we're talking about where were we talking about? Brogdon Elementary, Brogdon Middle School, I mean, right on down the line. There's a great number of needs there.
Well, they can go to the North Carolina Educational Lottery and get most of it.
Well, not really. because you can get a grant from them once every 2 years, and believe me, what, 3 years?
I'm talking about the percentage wise that they're putting to education is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about going to the lottery, getting a grant.
Oh.
I'm talking about the money that the educational lottery was sold on is to fund education, and it's funding like
A very small percentage of it.
Very small.
9%, 12%, something like that. So there's a whole lot more money that you can go after. I mean, and they know that, but that's kind of like, that's what they call pork barrel money back in the day.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, yes.
To get some clarity. So the state of North Carolina, right, used to do statewide bonds.
They used to.
Before
Yep.
the lottery was sold. Some of the last schools constructed in Wayne County on state bond money would be your 90s generations of schools, Northwest, Northeast, of a few elementary schools. Then the lottery was passed, and then school construction became basically what can you finance, right? Because our lottery money makes debt service payment on what
Got
we.
put on local government.
Yeah, it was pushed back to local government. So is your, I just want to make sure I understand your thoughts on this. So is your thoughts simply as the expense to make up the difference in whatever state funds we cannot acquire, right, that we have to borrow?
Right.
That the state picks up the interest
Correct.
of that borrowing amount?
Yeah. But look how much, look what of an impact it makes.
Right.
Because on a $90 million cost, it's a cost sharing where we pay 60 and they pay 30.
So it's a third less.
Yeah, and, right. So we're able to borrow a third more for school construction because and I suppose where I got that idea was from the QSCAB plan that they had. The federal government had that plan where basically we borrowed the monies. We set aside, now that was a weird thing, where you had to set aside rather than paying it, you set it aside. But it was zero interest. It was zero interest to the county to use those funds. So why couldn't the state do something similar to that?
But we could live without our means and just borrow the 60.
Yes.
Could have borrowed, you know.
Well, they'll borrow the money, we're obligated to pay the state back, the principal only. So the principal is what we would be responsible for, because they can probably borrow it much less than we can.
That would be an interesting discussion at the state level, because, you know, every year, every 0 and 5 districts do their facility needs assessment for the state, which was something the state started in the 90s when they did school bonds.
Mm-hmm.
They got rid of the school bonds, went to the lottery, but didn't get rid of the requirement to do the needs assessment. And there are hundreds of millions of dollars of needs across, I dare say there might be $1 billion when you look at school facilities across the state of North Carolina.
Absolutely.
Because when the state did away with the state bond, school construction did like this when it got pushed to the local municipalities or the county government to do it.
And what I'm talking about on this one, it would only be limited to tier 1 counties.
Right.
Only limited to tier 1 counties. They can expand it down the road if they want to, but to start the program, we're talking about limiting it to tier 1 counties.
Yes, because they have, that's obviously, you know, has been my concern as us as a commission board when we look at potential school construction, even with the needs-based public school grant that we've received, the state has increased the match. So even upon tier counties or others. So, and fussing at the state, but I would like to see them get a criteria that sticks, you know, because they seem to change it.
But, I mean.
As needed.
As needed, yes.
Who knows?
And kind of what I'm looking to do is to reduce it from this to concentrate on that, just 3 items.
No,
I'm fine with that.
Well,
Because every one of them affects everything we do.
Well,
I mean.
Economic development, housing, it does. It affects, this has the majority impact, these 3 items.
They're also most,
Do what?
Biggest part of our budget.
They're also the most expensive.
Yes, they are. Yeah, I would add, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, yes.
The national defense piece in education, I know I've mentioned this before. If there's some way to lobby our congressional representatives to look at the Defense Community Infrastructure Program grant, because right there's a way to improve quality of life for our military personnel. When it comes to the mission of Seymour Johnson, being able to show that Seymour Johnson has a good quality of life for those men and women that serve here, and get school construction done, and have potentially a Greenwood Middle School paid for through federal dollars.
You talking about where it kind of lines up on 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, because, that defense community, I agree 100%, we need to look at the mission. I'm with you, and this may be small ball, when we're looking at the end game. But that defense community infrastructure grant, at one point in time, there's like 4 criteria or things the grant has to meet, and the government, however that process works, changes those each year, the tiers or the levels with infrastructure. The last couple of ones that have been awarded have been things like fire departments, runway expansions, they've been more infrastructure. But they have one that's quality of life.
They put more emphasis on mission ready.
Mission ready, that's what they put more emphasis on mission ready.
It used to be that way.
That's right. But if someone somewhere in Washington sets what those emphases are, is it somebody in a room like us that's just sitting around and saying, what do we need this year to do this, where these funds are going to go? If we could have some influence on saying, hey, could you set this for this year at quality of life? And that would open up a window for us to reduce educational expenses as well as quality of life for the base.
I'm good with increasing our congressional request to 3 to incorporate that.
And it might fall under.
So, and there again, this is out of my league, but how can we possibly add an additional one on Congress where we got 3 for state, 3 for federal? That would be some funding mechanism for schools. Some funding specifically for schools connected to the base or
We just told you that.
You just add school construction assistance, and when you talk to him, you explain it just like he argued it right
well,
there.
now that was extremely complicated to me. So, how would we simplify? Do you have PowerPoint on your laptop?
I do, but I can't use it right now because I'm taking notes on what you guys are saying.
Where's Kayla?
She'll be back.
Okay.
I think,
She's handling some other things.
Mr. Chair, I think if you add one, is it simply just, again, this is just me talking, is it simply just looking at the DCIP grant, the Defense Community Infrastructure Program grant, because, and what the priorities are of that grant? Because quality of life could encompass many things. If the federal government would move that up to the top of the list over mission readiness, if it's for a year or 2 years, it would open up the ability, not just for your local school district to submit a grant to improve Greenwood Middle School or any other potential school. It would also open up the ability to improve other types of quality of life, right? It could be Parks and Rec, it could be any of those things.
Who establishes quality of life in that particular? As the Pentagon did.
Right, up the chain. Who is in charge?
Well, and I'm afraid it's the Pentagon.
Yeah.
And to get the Pentagon to move is like, I mean, so.
At one point it was, when the school district began the process of trying to apply for the DCIP grant, that the commissioners had asked them to do. Because remember, years ago, there was actually a match to that grant. But that went away, so there's no match to that grant now from the local county commission. It was at the top of the list. And then the next year it came out, it moved down.
We got to be careful on, I mean, I get what you're saying, but we got to be careful on mission readiness versus quality of life. But we don't want them to say.
I would get away from that, in my estimation. I'd accomplish the same thing and make a federal request similar to what we did over here on the state level. And that is that they create legislation for tier 1 counties that have a base, that they will provide X number of dollars for school construction. I think you keep the Pentagon out of it.
Because it's not
I
just.
mean, that's just my thought. I think you'd be better off asking for the legislation specifically to get what you're looking for, and that is an ongoing way for the federal government to assist us in building schools.
Because it's not just for Greenwood Middle, it's for all schools, because we got military children going to.
All schools.
Schools.
Absolutely. So, y'all been quiet over there on that end. What's y'all thought on that?
I'm in agreement.
Are you talking about a federal grant, federal defense grant, what you talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not
It's,
familiar with it.
It's DCIP.
DCIP?
Yes, ma'am, Defense Community Infrastructure Program. And at one point in time, you had to use those funds, I think, actually on base. But then I think they relaxed it.
Correct.
And, you know, as the school district looked at it with commissioner input several years ago when it started, you know, that feeder pipeline of military students, the majority of them went to Meadow Lane, and then they fed into Greenwood. And since Meadow Lane, you know, is 2019 now, and Greenwood needs some, it needs some love, you know, for that building. The Defense Community Infrastructure Program was a grant that the district applied for to see if they could get it. And like I said, at one point in time, it was quality of life. And then from there, it went to mission readiness. And that's where this, so when you look at those are awarded, a lot of those have been awarded, so like I said, runway expansions, fire departments, anything around that military base to improve its mission readiness, things like that.
Is it still effective? I mean, I'm looking at
Yes,
it
ma'am.
online.
But the problem is that not through the Pentagon? Because they establish whether or not quality of life is at the top or the bottom.
I'm not sure if it flows to the Pentagon, but it's obviously congressional approved. Because we had you know, conferences when we were working on the grant with those individuals that are over it, you know, the people administering it there. But it has a complete packet of guidelines that tells you everything you have to do. It's very scripted. You have to X, Y, and Z to do it and how you're scored.
Except from 20 to 24, they've awarded 78 projects for $396 million in federal funding and $270 million in non-federal funding, for a total of $666 million in total project cost. I didn't.
It's every year.
Yes,
As
it's
an
every
award every year.
Yeah.
State and
So
communities
like
leverage
EMS
private.
Station 12 could have been a decent.
It could have been a
grant.
decent, absolutely. It could have been a decent grant.
Mhm.
And we can always apply for decent grants if we think we can meet mission readiness. but
Mission
it-
readiness.
But it's very strict with the things you have to do, with how they score you in the rubric.
This is DOD.
Department of Defense.
Yeah. Or Department of War now.
Department of, they need to update their website, don't
DOD,
they?
yeah.
DOD.
That grant does a lot of things. It does it constructed a water line in Chesapeake, Virginia for about $11 million, so,
Yep.
you know.
Water, sewer infrastructure, gun ranges,
I was looking
anything.
to see.
Roadway extensions.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just about to say, I'm fine with everything. I just, I think it just in the future. Just,
I would ask that we add one item under request for Congress, and that is federal funding for school construction for Tier 1 counties containing a military base. Now, do we have a specific amount, or do we leave it open like we did over here with the state? And basically, there we were stating, borrow the money, we'll pay the principal, you pay the interest. But do we leave it just open for them to design the federal funding for school construction for Tier 1 counties containing military bases?
I think leave open, because the
And let them
amounts,
design.
the amounts they give out is all over the place.
Does our school board have an idea of how much money they would need in the future? Maybe we could ask them.
Well, I'm opening up a can of worms here when I say this, but I do know that there was some discussion about getting a grant from the federal government to replace Goldsboro High School. and actually build a new high school.
Yeah, but don't they have like a 10 or 15-year plan?
Who?
There's a 0 to 5 and a 5 to 10.
Yeah, the school system.
Yeah.
That way you know
Yeah.
what schools are on the line and you know about what each school's gonna be and you can pretty much do the math. I mean,
Didn't they do that one
Go
time?
ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I may, so my,
They would know.
with.
I mean, you're the expert on this.
Well, I'm not, no. With the DSIP grant, the dollar amount that is put into that grant is set by congressional approval through the budget process. So I would think that if we're asking the federal government to come up with a program
Yeah.
to help with school construction, number one, getting them to do it, they're gonna have to design the mechanism, whatever it is that us would apply, fill out to get what we want, what we're asking for. And you may not get what you're asking for. So I think if the ask is simply, hey, we would love for you to consider some type of federal mechanism to help fund or replace aging schools in Tier 1 counties that have military bases, I think that's the start. And then the federal government would figure out, okay, we're gonna set money aside and here's the supply system.
if you got a figure, like for like for elementary school and a figure for middle school and a figure for high school.
Yeah.
If you say, we need 2 elementary schools, then you got, if it's 35 million and you actually need 70 million, we need 2 elementary schools, or we need 2 elementary and a middle, so you got a 25 and a 45, so you need 70 million. I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know what the number would be, I'm just throwing it out.
Well, there's two schools of thought. One is developing a new program that is countrywide, so all Tier 1 counties throughout the United States would be supportive of this, because you gotta get enough votes to get anything passed through Congress. So that's number one. Or number two, do we go about it from a line item for our House and Senate members to actually have specifically for Wayne County for this amount of money? So it's two ways of funding there. I would suggest that we throw it as a goal that we ask the federal government for school construction for Tier 1 counties, and leave it to them to design whether or not they want to address that by line item specifically for Wayne County, or create a whole new funding mechanism across the United States. Now, in our discussions, when we're talking about it and presenting it, then we can talk about specifics. And the handicap of DCIP, the handicap for us to be able to get those dollars through that program because of placing quality of life at the bottom.
That's where he needs to be doing the talking.
Absolutely. So you need to let our congressmen and our senators know why that's just not working and why we're asking for a different funding.
Oh, absolutely.
They'll come back and say, well, we had the DSIP program.
We have a decent, yeah.
But that don't quite
Kayla,
work.
is there any way that you can access this to make a change on one of these with your PowerPoint? You bring it up as you can, and then go to that particular scroll, and we'll edit it and add it. Under request for Congress, right up underneath mission expansion. Look at here. All right, and what we want to add is federal funding for school construction for Tier 1 counties. I don't think the term containing, what should we put in there? Having a military base?
For military infrastructure or something like that, I don't know.
Tier 1.
Help me word this.
Military bases.
With military bases.
Just
With military
military
base.
bases.
Okay. Make it simple. So that would give us 3 there, and then we will have Joel go through this and refine it and give some comments on that.
Maybe you can put in support opposed to with military base, in support of military bases, tier 1 military bases.
But Joe can fix all that word.
Yeah. Oh, he's got a lot of work to do there. Thank you. Hey, man, thank you. Is there any other areas here? Wait a minute, let me go over to the slide for the, way down here for military base. On down, on down.
Oh, never mind. That's a question.
Yes. All right, we wanted to add something here. Or do we want to add a slide in regards to
F-15Es.
the F-15Es?
I would think that would be.
What was it you?
Next
So we wanna-
generation air defense bomber.
See if you can duplicate
What
that
it's
slide.
officially referred to.
Chip had a good way to, I think, phrase it, Mr.
Do what
Chairman.
else?
I would think the replacement of the F-15E with the next generation air defense bomber, which is what the ADA, refers to it as.
Yeah, duplicate that. And then and here at the top here, we're gonna change that, Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, and we're gonna change that wording. All right. Chip, talk. What do you want in there?
Well, I think that's fine. I just think you need to add a bullet point.
All right, change drone and unmanned systems there.
I think you want drone. I think
Well,
you
no,
want-
we've already got a previous slide that's gonna have the drone
Okay.
on there. What this slide is for
Okay.
maintaining our.
Current mission and expanding, the next generation bomber per se.
So basically here, what did,
Maintain the current fourth
Maintain.
tactical fighter wing.
And that slide needs to be in front of the other slide. doesn't it?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Right.
And then,
Maintain, and what you're asking.
Right.
and you want to put down there.
on the second one, that's right.
Second
back-
bullet is, next generation air defense bomber. Or Seymour Johnson, for, whatever, yeah. And then we can replace the pictures with a modern, something different, like a F-35 or,
Yeah, but you need to have the F-15E, actually, you need a picture of F-15E with Seymour Johnson on the tail wing on that picture.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Change the two pictures and we'll,
And then we're gonna
take away the other two bullet points.
Yeah, well, leave that,
Well, they're on the other one.
yeah, regional economics, we're gonna leave that one. Undo that.
Aren't they on the previous slide?
Yeah, they are.
They're still on the previous slide.
Okay. Are you leaving?
Yes.
Okay.
12 o'clock. Have a good one.
Couple of things here, before you leave. We are setting aside 10 minutes at the budget retreat for commissioners to make their presentation on any goals that you have.
Gotcha.
And if you need to have assistance on visual aids or whatever, reach out to Joel.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
And it looks like we can get the Maxwell Center for the second and third.
So we're gonna let you know on whether or not we're gonna switch that over.
All right. Have a good one.
All right?
You too.
Is this good for this slide?
Yeah, we'll just add pictures, but we'll get, yeah.
Yeah, but take, on this slide, we're not gonna be talking about mission well, we are talking about mission
Yeah,
expansion.
you're-
We are, aren't we?
The next generation.
And
we
just
want
type,
manned and unmanned.
type on that slide, if you will, add pictures.
I'm gonna put it down here in the
Oh,
notes.
okay, under notes, whatever, add pictures of F-15E
F-15E for the,
Seymour
from
Johnson.
Seymour with the Seymour.
with C,
On the
Yep.
tail.
from Seymour Johnson Airport. There you go.
You could change the top to say we strongly support current mission and expansion on this one. And then the next one.
Okay, that's a good idea. So, strongly support current mission. Yep. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, Joel straightened that out.
Anything else?
Okay, is there anything else we want to add to our presentation to our legislators? Anything we want to add?
I think we got everything basically covered that really affects our budgets.
If you add anything, it just adds bulk to the request.
It does, it does. You got 3 and 3, they're concentrated, and
And both of them are pretty much the same, state and federal.
now do recognize, and let me, and I realize that somebody may see this and be upset with me, but we all know that it is the best interest of Wayne County that we have a countywide sewer. We got Mount Olive that literally says they're gonna get over it, but they have to have the financing to do it. They have to have the capability. They have to have the personnel to maintain it. And with any system, you've got to have the dollars to expand it and keep up with the growing. So with all those things in mind, how are we expected these small communities to do that?
The change of maintenance is just unbelievable on these systems.
So if you combine your systems all under one roof and you've got a centralized administration that's operating it, then it's just so much more efficient. Think of what it would do to Wayne County and to actually have sewer available all across the county. Think of what it would do for housing, what it would do for industry, for commercial growth, for all these towns and communities to grow and prosper. We are set right now, in my opinion, at a juncture of Wayne County. Are we going to keep Wayne County held back, or are we going to go ahead and bring the economic expansion that we need to have for our county?
Crossroads.
It's not just a want, it's a necessity.
We're at a crossroads.
42 and 95.
Okay, we're at a crossroads between a number of issues, and we are going to be held back unless we have countywide sewer. I'm just saying. Look at what's happened in Wake County. They moved to Johnson and Wilson, and they're here now. They are here at our doorstep. Unfortunately, everyone doesn't agree to that. And the political will is not there to combine forces. And so the only way in my mind that we're going to be able to get this done is by legislation. When we're asking for our legislators basically to force the issue, pass legislation, and create this authority.
Enough is enough.
And if anybody can tell me any other way to get it done, please tell me.
We've been trying for 3 years. Had it.
I remember Joe, you'll appreciate this, Dr. Joe. You'll appreciate this. I remember a younger gentleman becoming a commissioner, and his first goal and primary goal was countywide sewer. Now, I looked at him and I said, "You do know everybody's been wanting that?" And he said, "I'll fight for it." And he has. He has fought religiously for this. He's got up and attended the meetings. He's argued. He's done all types of things to get it done. And he's at the point of realizing if we go to the next step, we're going to have some legislation.
I just didn't come off the top road.
And I appreciate, and we all should appreciate the efforts that Commissioner Gurley has spent hours to get this done. We're at a point, I hope that our legislators realize that, and I hope we can convince them to get this legislation. The sooner, the better. It's a local legislation. It should be able to be immediately approved, and as long as we get our legislators on board with it, I could see we could have this by June, having the legislation. So I hope that you all will use your voices to encourage our legislators at our goals retreat to get this done. Time for us to come together and actually speak with one voice. We need this done. We get nothing else, we gotta get that. Okay, I'll hush. I beat that door to, just about to death. Okay, now at this retreat, we will also entertain some additional smaller items. But we don't want to overload our staff. But if you will be thinking about what you would recommend as being some of your smaller items that may be affecting your district, but also would affect the whole, that we can ask that we add to our goals locally. So we talked about today state and federal. We didn't talk about local because that's going to come up at our goals retreat. So please narrow the goals to initiatives that will have a lasting and meaningful impact on Wayne County as a whole. If you can, that's what we all should be doing. Even though we're from districts, it should be something that helps the county as a whole. Look beyond individual districts and prioritize larger scale projects that benefit a broader segment of our citizens. Somebody else came up with that. That doesn't sound like Joe Daugherty at all, does it?
That's AI.
That's AI. Man, you nailed that one. It was AI. There's one last thing I wanted to bring up. I got an email from Dr. Taylor. I think several of you have gotten that. And I want y'all to consider that. I hope to actually forward that on to you. Did you get that from Dr. Taylor?
I did.
And what he is stating through a long 2-page email is basically they are wanting to develop a group of individuals to come together and develop some plan to address the crime that we have in Wayne County. And he's saying that crime is affected primarily by gang activity. He is stating that that by creating this, that it would reduce crime dramatically. And he is asking someone on this board to actually serve on that committee that they are putting together. There also undoubtedly will be a request to us to fund a portion of their cost of gang violence. So if you have some interest in serving on that committee, if you'll reach out to me, then hopefully we can have a commissioner serving on that committee. Anything else? Nobody has anything else? Yes. No, go ahead.
Did he specifically say where he thought most of the crime was at? I mean, you said, everybody always says Wayne County, but.
Well, it's goal, and there's no doubt that a large portion of that will be within the city of Goldsboro. In my estimation, I may be wrong there, but I think most of the gang activity would be at Goldsboro. Am I correct?
I'm uncertain.
Yeah, you're uncertain?
I'm uncertain.
Okay. Then maybe I shouldn't have stated that then, but in my opinion, I think it is.
Well, I agree with your opinion, but I just wanted to.
But unfortunately, if it is concentrated within one municipality, the bottom line is it affects all of Wayne County.
Absolutely, but everybody's got to be willing.
Absolutely.
For the law enforcement to do their job.
And they have to be willing also to participate in the cost of that as well.
We've been down this road before.
I understand.
And they pretty much shut it down, and then it's like, so we just, it sounds good, and it works if people will abide and let's get it done, and everybody be on the same page. We can fix, everybody involved can fix the issue But you got to be willing to stand behind the law enforcement and what they do.
No doubt. Okay, on our budget retreat, give us a few days, let us get a little bit more definite in regards to the weather picture. But if in fact it appears as if it's coming, it's gonna happen, then we are probably gonna make a decision to go ahead and relocate that to a different, or move that to the second and third.
Yes, sir, a couple of things. So the first thing I'll do, or Kayla and I will do, because for those that don't know, next Tuesday, I'm out for probably 12 weeks, so this is your fearless leader over here. But the first thing that we'll do is reach out to the legislators and let them know we're moving it. But you need to have it regardless of their possibility of attendance, is that correct?
We would. If we move it and they're not able to attend, can we ask them whether or not they could attend by Zoom?
I will include that, or we will include that in the email, and we'll meet with Joel on exactly how to do that. But we need to nail down, obviously, the Maxwell Center and the caterers, because there's a lot of moving parts here. So we've got to do that first, if you're willing to just go ahead and say second and third.
I'm not, at this point, I'm not, and you call Maxwell Center and tell them to put a hold on second and third.
Okay? All right, we will do that.
Let
There
me-
is growing confidence.
Oh.
Gary Tillman has just sent out a countywide, he's our emergency services director. He's just sent out an email. NOAA has just sent out their schedule of updates over the next 3 days. So there's growing confidence that this is going to be an impactful storm. They just are not ready to nail down the when and the how much. So just to let you know.
So
Okay.
I would say on the legislators, I'd rather them be here, and if they can't be here, give them the option. Because if you give them the option of Zoom, I
I
I'd
agree.
rather have them in person.
Absolutely.
I mean, Zooms,
And I think they would rather be here in person as well.
And final note, on the second and third, the third is actually a meeting day. We have public hearings scheduled that have already been noticed to be here, so you would meet here, finish your meeting, shouldn't be any later than 9:35, 9:40, I would think. And then you'll go and start your meeting, and that's only on the third. Now, the second will be the whole day at Maxwell Center, but on the third, it would be a partial day.
Well, do understand there's nothing locked in, and I want us to be flexible with our legislators. If they turn around and say, well, I could make it on the 4th or the 5th, then I think we need to be flexible. So explore that other options, is what I'm saying. I hate to be that vague about it, but I think we need to be flexible with our legislators. We are asking for some powerful things here. And we, in order to get that done, to have the most impact, we need them here in person. So if that means we need to move it, let's find out what their schedules are, is what I'm trying to say. And then you and I, when are you leaving tomorrow?
No, sir, you have me one more week.
Okay,
So I
all
have
right,
the rest
so-
of this
so-
week.
All right, so if
and
you'll reach
Monday.
out to them and give me some options and such, we will make some decision and then we'll let the board know. Is that okay? All right, anything further? Nothing further. We do have lunch.
Yes, sir.
You have lunch and the tour, so you're recessing.
Recess until 2 o'clock at Alianza.
Well, adjourn was on my, thank you for correcting me. We in recess.